What I'm trying to say in the final analysis, once we take control of ourselves, we have to stop being imitators and be innovators. And realize we've got a continent 12 million square miles. Wherever our bodies are on the face of this earth, our cultural and political heartbeat is in Africa. Whether you ever go to Africa or not, that is your home, that is the home of your spirit, and that is the heart and meaning and definition of your commitment. And none of us, any place in the world, will be free until that continent is free.
The Mossi Warrior Clan was created because myself and others like Brother Nahisi saw a need for a young African group to analyze information concerning the African phenomenon with no bias, with rigor, and with scholarship. We created the Mossi Warrior Clan for the purpose of being an expert research team, of being a team that produced products, a team that was capable of producing products for African people globally to dispel myths, rumors, and provide them with accurate scholarship.
tried to line it up, and he was like, I don't debate y'all. Y'all too disrespectful. Aboriginal Power won't even debate Sean because he too disrespectful.
He is though. No, he really is though. I can't really like you, bro. You cool. Not a coincidence. I actually chop it up, but niggas that come off too heated and disrespectful, like I said, I'll debate you, bro. But we gotta get in the ring first. If you want to be disrespectful like that, at least disrespect me in the ring, bro. Let's start now, bro. Can you disrespect me in a cage, bro? Like, I'd rather just do that. Then we go straight from the cage. I mean, put your ice on the way to the motherfucking computer, and we'll debate directly after that, nigga. Shit.
That's why I don't even do fucking with the nigga and shit. You feel me? Like, it's like, wait, bro, talk like that, man. We gotta get face to face with you to talk to you like that, my nigga.
Yeah, Peanut. You feel me? Go ahead, I got my brother over. Peanut, what's the word, my brother?
Yeah, I appreciate you, man, but Lucky, let me say this, man. First of all, I'm an older brother. I'm young in spirit because I stay in shape. But I'm older. I deserve respect. Don't lie on me. You're not going to get nowhere lying because that's what's going to make you fall face first. Second of all, I'm well known in the Pan-African community. I'm not nobody new. You're younger than me. You don't know this. I didn't put in work and expose Rob Bourne, Sutek, any of them people over there. They know it deep down inside. And I'm gonna be long-winded. I'm a Moorish American. I already had back and forth with them dude. They erased videos. I'm not running from anybody. Don't ever say that stupid shit again. Third, and last but not least, I'm not losing no debate to no Pan-African. So don't ever say that shit again, famo. And that's it. Appreciate y'all, man.
You heard that? If Sean P want to debate, don't debate the champ over here, right?
Sutek wanted her. So this like it's a pecking order. It's a pecking. So Sean want you, and Sutek want him. You say PMF ain't on his
no problem. There's no problem, man. Let's set up a Sutek debate, man. I don't like him anyway.
Okay, so I love that son, brother. I love that warrior mentality.
That's how it's going. I love to tell Sutek, tell me. There ain't nothing. My champ always in the chat. I'll pop in. We'll set a topic. We'll set a date. We'll make it pay-per-view. We'll chop it up behind the scenes. I get their contact. We make it work. You know? Right. He ain't ducking no phase, bro.
But that's what I'm saying. He put this over here on y'all channel, but then when we get in other
hey, alright, I will block your ass, nigga, because I'm well known for disrupting them chats over there, nigga. Stop fucking lying, nigga. You a goofy, nigga. I would never let a lame ass nigga lie on me in my face, clown.
You gonna block me and I don't be
It ain't no time I ain't ever been on the Pan-African channel and made my impact. Stop lying. I'm a real man, bro. Stop lying, fam. Don't do PNF like that.
PNF, he trying to trigger you, brother. And
what the fuck up?
But listen, he did that to me, talking about, oh, word on the street, I'm ducking from John P. I've never even had but one conversation with this little disrespectful motherfucker.
Oh, okay, yeah, he a little hot. He like that.
So he like...
How the fuck y'all find an African in my fucking family, but y'all ain't find y'all
own genealogy?
Shut the fuck up. That don't make sense, for one. Listen, y'all don't know what y'all did.
I don't feel like you standing on business.
Y'all lied on me, because y'all don't even know if that's me. And if y'all can trace that shit back to it's me, it's only 2 people in YouTube that got my information.
Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of meat. Half of this track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us honestly. You ain't a Cherokee, you ain't a Chickasaw, you ain't a Blackfoot, nigga get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Call the Abos slipping with his genealogy. Now he's a con and I ain't talking about a singer. I'm coming for the top Abo leader. He ain't a teacher, he's a preacher. He can't keep up, so we leave him. Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of meat. Half of the track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us possibly. You ain't a Cherokee, you ain't a Chickasaw, you ain't a Blackfoot. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Call the Apple slipping off his genealogy. Now he's a con. OTK, TKO. Now he's a con. OTK, you died. TKO genealogy.
What's good, everybody? It's your boy Sean P in the place to bleed, man. Like the show, share the show, tell a friend we're live. I do want to say good afternoon or evening, depending on where you are. To everybody in the chat, those of you who will be catching a replay, and those of you who tapping in as the build begins. So peace to brother Ramon, Zane Stoke in the building, Olu Ashe in the building, Keisha, Fathead ass Meek in the building. Wisdom Show, what's good with you? I see the Mulatto dude keep showing up. What's good? Mulatto, I don't even know what Pan Mulatto is, bro. I mean, you came on that channel once before with us. But you know, it is what it is. So peace to everybody tapping in, man. Like the show, share the show. We're gonna get into this alternative history talk by the Aboriginal and FBA community because they're synonymous. They're one and the same. I'm not subtracting either one of them. What's good with your 9 times 9 in the build done? You know what I'm saying? What up, Doe Willie? But yeah, man, the FBA and Abo, they're the same thing, man. You know what I'm saying? They're the same thing. We ain't cutting no corners with them. It's straight up like that. Straight up like that. But before we go, though, what we're going to do is we're going to recap the show. We'll recap a certain portion of the show from, what was it? Was it yesterday? 2 days ago. Sunday. Just a small portion of the show. And what I want y'all to do is I want y'all to put on y'all listening ears. And then I'm going to tell you that this portion of the show is going to sound like A1. It's going to sound like AP. It's going to sound like Dan Calloway. It's going to sound like Top Cats. It's going to sound like, you know what I'm saying, Karimio. It's going to sound like Queef Holiday. It's going to sound like all of them in one. If we didn't bring it to your attention, you wouldn't even necessarily listen to it the way that I'm telling you to listen to it. But listen closely to what's being proposed, positioned, claimed. Willie, we ain't found one Blackfoot. We ain't even found a Blackfoot. One person said it was a Blackfoot in South Carolina. Go look in the comment section, bro. Go look in the comment section on YK the True video, bro. Check this. Check it out. Them people going crazy, you know, because he shared the video. Them people going crazy over in the comment section. And they think they right. They do. They do, man. And that's part of the problem is that the evidence goes against your position, yet you know, you still think that you're right. Craziness. So, hold on 1 second. One second. I want to pull up something real quick, just so I can get an idea of what we talking about. All right, YK, where you at? There you go. Let me share my screen. What's up, Marie? What's good? How you doing? Nah, man, you cannot make this stuff up. So we're on YK channel, right? Let's go to videos, right? You see, here goes video. You know what I'm saying? Make sure y'all tap in, man. Bro doing hella work, man. We got to get the algorithms jumping. It ain't much so about the video. Forget the video. Look at these comments. This is what the conversation's at. It's some damn comments in this one. Bruh said, when I work in my garden with my shoes off, I'm 100% Blackfoot too. Yo, come on, y'all. Come on, man. As y'all coming in the building. I'm doing good. Thanks for asking. Why would she call her grandmother Nana? Yeah. I shared a video with my wife. Painful to discover she thinks she American Apple. Sister Carol got something to say. Sister Carol said, y'all are so easy to debunk. If we so easy to debunk, Sister Carol, why you ain't done it? Y'all so easy to debunk because you may read and speak out of your mouth with what you think you know and therefore actually lacking the missing links. What's the missing links? The sister may not have mentioned that, yes, Blackfoot did migrate to South Carolina. Where's the evidence? Yes, and some of the South Carolinas was shipped to Barbados. She actually has more history to prove that than you can prove your migration from 8 to 10 countries in a continent with the many percentages to even prove how you got to America. Bullshit. Bullshit. Where's your genealogy? Why they keep going to genealogy, bro? They're committing genealogical fallacies. Why they keep going to genealogy? That is not how you tell the genetic makeup of who you are as a person. Genealogy is part of your history, your personal family history. To support your personal family history, what you've been told and what you can prove is what genealogy is supposed to be about. Not, oh, my genealogy says this, and then you never confirm it with evidence. Because look, when she says, where's your genealogy? And then says documents. Motherfucker, if you do your genealogy, you gotta have a documents to upload to prove the step-by-step case of who your ancestors are and where you found the records and history about their existence. Then she says migrations from country to country in Africa. Nobody in fucking Africa is doing genealogy. Look how stupid And non-logical, her comment is, and sources that link you individually from Africa to America. We have those. The shipping manifest. They don't have shipping manifest on every single person for intent reasons and purposes, because a lot of the people, never mind. I'm preaching to the choir. I'm preaching to the choir. A lot of the people, ladies and gentlemen, only had first names, not last names. They wasn't writing in English. They wasn't right at all, goddammit. But when we begin to learn to read and to write, they start documenting shit. These things could be found in family Bibles from your great grandmothers, other historical records at local storehouses where they got information shelved about the history of the early places or wherever you from. Then she said, "What mode of transportation? Bitch, by ship." I told y'all I'm done being respectful to a certain group of women in the community that talk dumb. I don't have it in me no more. I was trying to be patient and respectful to all black women. I just ain't got it in me no more. I don't. The black woman ain't God no more. She ain't God. She ain't goddamn. She ain't nothing. No. I'm curious to wonder why black women in our community have denounced their Africanness to become some bullshit that they ain't because of fucking YouTube, Twitter, TikTok. When did that reign supreme? Let me continue. What mode of transportation did you use to bring you and your people here? You dumb heifer. Why would we have a mode of transportation in a forced migration? Look at this non-logic question. Lady, did you really just ask YK under this video, what mode of transportation did you use to bring you and your people here? Like we said, y'all know what? Let's pack our shit up and go to America. You ain't no damn God. What up, Chill? What up, Kevin? So we just said, fuck West Africa, and let's just travel somewhere we don't know shit about, and we're going to do it in the millions. Then she going to turn around and say, certainly not in the millions. You dumb heifer. A direct from Africa to North America, United States of America, it is freaking 300 some thousand. Hold on, y'all. I'll be right bizag. Right back.
We are the victims of our own innocence. We didn't expect it. We were so unsuspecting. Some of us participated in it without knowing what we were doing. And to understand it, there's 200 years of history you're going to have to look at. 1400 to 1600. It's the major turning point in world history. At the end of these 200 years, the world would never, ever be the same again. Europe had come out of its bag. It had rescued itself at our expense. It had learned longitude and latitude again. Had learned how to handle ships. In their search for Asia, and the spices and the sweets of Asia, they have discovered Africa en route, the greater prize. We are the victims of our own innocence. We didn't expect it. We were so unsuspecting. Some of us participated in it without knowing what we were doing.
Big guy, I got the game on the chokehold like a slip knot. Too much ambition, I got too much drive. I'm probably due for a pitch dive. Black guy, reppin' the team, reppin' the squad like a mascot. Yeah, I'm the one, you know that I got it, but I still speak for the have-nots. Big guy, I got the game on the chokehold like a slip knot. Too much ambition, I got too much drive. I'm probably due for a pitch dive. Black guy, reppin' the team, reppin' the squad like a mascot. Yeah, I'm the one, you know that I got it, but I still speak for the have-nots. Yeah. It's been a hell of a run. I done bagged all of the women I wanted to bag. I probably should slow down and settle with one. Probably should hit up my mama and tell her my problem. She always wanna pray for her son. Tell her I got it, there's nothing your God could do for me. I feel much more safe with a gun. Look what I've done, just look at what I've become. They thought I was stuck in the mud, I done came up. They got up here like I weigh, I made them double the funds. Niggas be hating, probably cause they wifey like me and she wanna give me the buns. She got a friend, told her that she can come too because 2 heads is better than 1. My competition is
Yo, real quick. Before I get back to this, Chief Azakal Opesa in the chat, you said that you did your genealogy and that you ain't seen one African in your genealogy. That's what you said, right? You didn't see one African. Are you black? Because you sharing videos from somebody called Mama Chief Powhatan being live, and the lady that you're sharing is an African woman playing Indian. I'm gonna repeat it one more time. Chief Azakal Opesa, you share videos of a lady who calls herself Mama Chief Powhatan. She's a black lady. Why are you showing a video of a black woman acting like she's a Indian? And then PNF is in the chat. And PNF, you know what? We can get straight to the smoke. Africa teacher, you just have to relax. What DNA or chromosomes are they matching to connect you to West Africa? See, you don't even know. You don't even know how DNA work, bro. Just chill. Leave DNA out of it. Leave DNA out of it. So again, Chief Azakal Opesa, you are a black person playing Indian. You said you did most of your genealogy and you haven't found an African yet. If you are black in America, you found an African, not even leaving your mother and father. So again, you said you did your genealogy, part of it, and you haven't found an African yet. Yet you're advertising a black woman who is clearly of African descent, and you're telling us that you haven't found a black person yet because you ain't trying to find nobody black. You're not trying to find nobody from Africa. You're trying to dodge the hijack. What up, Green Corn? You said, you can't ask your question? We've answered your question already. You don't know how DNA works. Now, if you're asking the question as it pertains to a legit question, then your answer has already been provided to you because Not a Coincidence has answered your question before. And then Africa Teacher decided to answer your question again. This is the same shit we've already provided to you. Now you just said, no, I'm a lot of tribes. No, you're not. You're not part of no Catawba Confederacy. You're a joke. You're lying. You can't prove it. You're doing anything to be anti-African. You're definitely African. Because you won't cut your camera on. You won't pop on no panel, cut your camera on, nor will you provide any information. You're faking. Now back to what I was saying. Then she asked, if you research the ships that were used, you will see it was impossible. This right here just goes to show that she ain't researched the ships. That was a presentation that was done 5 or 6 years ago on this channel about the whole shipbuilding, the whole 9 yards, cramming people inside. No, it was impossible. That's why there was multiple trips that was happening over and over and over. You had thousands of ships. Let me take it back. You had hundreds of ships, not only in the Caribbeans that was coming from the coast of African shores, but you also had them out in the Atlantic coming directly in, just depending on what year or what time period that you're referring to. Then she says the mathematics won't add up. Prove who you are. Now she's asking YK to prove who he is before asking another person to prove who they are. YK Ben showed you his genealogy, which has Africans on it. YK Ben showed you his DNA. YK Ben showed you his local records from South Carolina. So how in the fuck are you asking a guy that's already done all of this to prove who he is? He's already done it. And on top of that, we didn't already caught all these other people lying about their genealogy that they never done. So just like you and every other person claiming to have done genealogy, y'all ain't done genealogy. You're lying. That's why you can't share your shit, because you can't find the Native American in it to share. I know this for a fact. This is a fact. That had any one of y'all found a Native American linked directly to your ancestry through your genealogical records with evidence, you would show that shit so much, it would be so many shows. You would have 100,000, 200,000, 300,000 views. You would have all these people lined up to be like, we told you, we told you, we told you. And we ain't seen one person out of all y'all doing is talking about Pan-Africanism is dead and Pan, whatever y'all want to call people, all these different name calls. PNF, I'm definitely talking to your goofy ass. Y'all would have been doing shows. You would have been on every platform to be interviewed because you would have the evidence. Now, one of y'all have been on a major in our community. Ain't none of y'all been on a major platform showing shit. But y'all on these platforms that got nothing but pseudos and y'all saying a lot. Not one of y'all have come forth with evidence to argue for the existence of your ancestors being tied to Indians. You know who have? Not a coincidence. You know who have? Lucky. You know who have? A few other people, but they're arguing their goddamn African side. Turtle Gang, he came out. All of these people, Vasa, they got mixed ancestry. They found them people in their bloodline. That's why 2% of 44 million can find these goddamn people in their bloodlines. The other 30-some million, you ain't finding them. It's a small few. It was a whole man down there in Mississippi that was working on a plantation, didn't even know that his great granddaddy worked on the same plantation and was owned by some people who were Indians. And they found it out later. And that's how the Indian got in his bloodline. So None of y'all can come forth and show a single record. PNF think he a Moor. He think he done built all this shit in the world. He think that there was condominiums and mansions and paved roads in 4,000 years ago in this motherfucker. 3,000 years ago in this motherfucker. 1,800 years ago in this motherfucker. He literally thinks that stuff. And he has no evidence. He argued about his people being indigenous to the Americas and driving Fleetwood Cadillacs around, helicopters around, before helicopters even existed. Literally. He's a make-believe arguer. Remember, he said he don't lose to no Pan-African. YK the Truth beat his ass. We ain't seen him since. He ain't been debating nobody since. He only show up in YouTube comments and then in his little under his little, what is it? Aboriginal Goofies channel when he want to talk about Bethy and all the fake Abos. Then she goes on to say, enough with the reverse psychology. All you working with is your enemy's narrative. We ain't working with no enemy narrative. Since when have we been working with an enemy narrative? Because we went back and got the actual evidence for what happened and then pieced it together, and then we used all the primary sources. Y'all keep forgetting, and I'm going to keep saying this. These Europeans were cocky. These Europeans bragged about what they did. These Europeans knew no punishment or evil would come their way for their actions. They had permission from the church. Then she says, all you working with is your enemy narrative to eliminate the descendants of the original people. No, all you're doing is stealing from people like Kevin Troy in the chat. Where my other brother at? Thomas Oklahoma, if he in the chat. Thomas in the chat. I see you. What's good? You're stealing from these people. And then she says, you're either agents or sellouts. How the fuck are we agents or sellouts when we're trying to prove who the fuck we are and where we got and where we come from and who cares? And then y'all are telling us, nah, that ain't happening. We ain't seen none of y'all on in none of these arguments that the indigenous peoples of the Americas have been in the court systems around the country and winning these lawsuits and reclaiming their lands. Not one black person has been to any of the federal governments approaching them about shit taken from them. But all you motherfuckers is online and y'all making up shit. Excuse my language. To all the children out there. I know y'all listening. So her and YK go back and forth. And then I asked her simply, show me a Blackfoot migrating to South Carolina. I dropped a link. I just asked. She don't respond to me at all. I asked her, show me a Blackfoot migrating to South Carolina. If you click the link, I'm going to open it up in another chat. I'm going to come back. I really didn't need this video to share anyway. Hold on. Let me share the screen. We the agents. No, you the agent. We anti-establishment. We trying to reclaim all our identity. Y'all trying to give up the identity. That's why I don't have no respect for black women who denounce their Africanness. Like, you ain't African, so I ain't gotta. I mean, you're not one of us. Let me just say this. Let me say this before I get to this. And let me put myself on the screen real quick. Let me cut my camera on. I want you to see my face when I say this. You're not one of us. You're not. You weren't a part of the Black Power movement. You wasn't a part of the Civil Rights movement. You wasn't a part of none of the sit-ins. You wasn't a part of escaping and revolting against these white people. You wasn't a part of coming up with a system to be able to get us to freedom. You wasn't a part of none of the history that has been built and created and exists in America by Black people, because that ain't you. It's not your story. You denounced it. You're claiming the identity of somebody else. So no, you're not us. You're not a part of none of the movements. You weren't enslaved and coming off the ships. You weren't spreading your Africanisms. You're not in those burial grounds. As a matter of fact, you're not in any burial ground in any of the states from the north, the furthest northeast, all the way down to the fucking south. You ain't in none of them grounds. You're not in none of the little slave homes. You're no part of American history. You denounced it. Because all the shit that happened to them Black people were the Black people who were descendants from Africa and Africans earlier on all the way through. So they cannot be your history. You can't claim shit. You can't say, look at us revolting. No, nigga, that's not you. You can't say, look at the ingenuity of the Black man in America and they just stole from him. No, that's not you. All that list of great things that Black people did in America, that ain't you. You lying. You wasn't a part of that. You're this whole other person that neither white people nor the red man have ever seen. In the history of the makings of the Americas, no white person ever saw you, no Indian ever saw you, and no African or people of African descent ever saw you. You weren't responsible for electricity. You weren't responsible for none of that. You didn't help us do shit. In the history of the Americas, you didn't help us do nothing. You weren't with none of the great authors of earlier times, those Black authors and poets, right? You weren't a part of the Negro movements, right? You weren't at these events. We never seen you. None of that. Y'all said, you just hate on my Aboriginal heritage. It is important to note that the term Blackfoot also refers to Blackfeet people of Montana and Alberta. Exactly. We know what Blackfoot means. We know who they are. They directly belong to Canada and Montana. They didn't come to South Carolina. Wandering warriors, the history of the Blackfeet tribe. Throughout their history, the Blackfeet people have endured hardship and celebrated victories. Their story is one of fierce fighting and dedication to culture and traditions, even in the face of the great adversaries. The Blackfoot tribe, composed of closely related bands, the Piikani, I ain't gonna say the Piegan, I'm gonna say the Piikani, the blood of Kanai and Akinwa, and the Kasiki, the Blackfoot proper. The Piegan were broken down into northern and southern groups. Traditionally, the Blackfeet lived in what is now Alberta, Canada, and in Montana. They still live there today. They still live there today. Y'all remember Dusty? His DNA that takes him back 18,000 years? This is how we know that Dots was lying. because we have the genetic makeup of Dusty and his ancestors who are Blackfeet Indian, and they've been in the same area for 18,000 years. We don't see Dusty people showing up in South Carolina, or we don't see them showing up in freaking Barbados. Though they are more spread out and have less land than they did at the height of their population. There are 3 reservations in Canada. Y'all hear this? There are 3 reservations in Canada and 1 in Montana. Blackfeet were one of the first Native American tribes to head west. The Blackfeet tribe can be referred to as Blackfoot or Blackfeet, though the Blackfoot called themselves the Nitasapi, or the original people. There are mixed reports on how the tribe received the name Blackfoot. Some think it refers to the tribe's moccasins becoming blackened from their long journeys across the prairie to reach Montana. Others believe that the bottoms of their moccasins were painted black by the Native Americans already. A well-known classification of Blackfoot tribe members is the Blackfoot Confederacy, which refers to a group of 4 nations based on kinship and dialect who all spoke the same language of Blackfoot, which comes from the Algonquin language family. The 4 bands within the Confederacy would participate in a mutual defense treaties, hold their ceremonies together, and could intermarry. Blackfoot migrations in history. I'm not going to keep speaking about this. The Blackfeet, they were warriors, known to raid other Native American tribes and follow the buffalo. Yeah. Huh? Exactly. This how you know that she dots over there on that weak ass channel don't know what the hell they talking about. Because the Blackfeet are raiding other Native American tribes. They follow the buffalo during their migration season. Initially, the tribe migrated on foot and used wooden trovios pulled by dogs to carry their belongings. They first lived in Saskatchewan Valley, but at the height of their power, they held a vast territory from northern Saskatchewan to the southern headwaters of the Missouri River. Blackfeet were known as one of the most aggressive military powers on the plains, and they warred against neighboring tribes and took their horses. They also kept British, French, and American fur traders from poaching beavers in the upper parts of Missouri. It estimated that the Blackfoot population reached 15,000 at the height of their control of the territory. They drove other tribes like the Kootenai, the Flathead, and the Shoshone tribes west of the Continental Divide through their travel and tactics. Once the Blackfeet acquired horses and firearms from white traders in Cree and Assiniboine go-betweens, they were able to gain more territory and hunt the greater ease. We do not have to play these games. These people ain't even left where they were. And the reason we know they ain't left where they were, because we got their goddamn DNA. Thanks to Dusty. Let me stop sharing real quick. Let me quit attacking people and teach. So, what we're going to do today is we're going to listen to this again. We're going to listen to just a few minutes of this, and then I want to run down this. But what I told y'all to listen for is things that Dane Calloway says, things that Top Cat says, things that Chief Holiday, A1, AP, and others have said. He is only saying what he's heard other people say, and then he twisted because you ain't never heard them say that they came from South America and then migrated up north. That's new. That's his. He originated that. And then I'm going to share you a source that this motherfucker sent me on Monday. And when I read it, it made absolutely no sense to why he sent me this shit. And Yodi, I know you in the chat.
Name them. Name them. What's their names? Name them right now. Off the top of your tongue, name them.
You just read the definition of
No,
erasure.
fuck that. I said name them. Because if you have scholars and you know this to be true, you will be able to spit them off the top of your head. So name them. What are their names? Give me at least one right now.
I don't have
Give me
names.
one.
I don't have the names off top.
You don't have at least one name, but this is something
Can I
that you
just
believe
tell you my
to be
premise?
true?
Can I tell you
Okay.
my premise?
I'm listening.
My premise is this: so quote unquote black people in the Americas, right, are mixed with Indian, Aboriginal blood plus European blood, no African or little African, as we know Africa to be. That's my premise.
Have you taken a DNA test to even try to refute that?
Nah, DNA test is fugazi.
Mm. Sir, what books have you read?
No. Ask him how is DNA fugazi?
No, you gotta be lying.
All right, so the reason why is because there's no way in hell, if there's no way in hell they could take your DNA, right, with a swab.
First of all, is DNA real? Is DNA real?
Listen, the only way DNA work is for paternity.
Okay, wait.
It's a lot of scholars agree with me.
Name them. Name them. What's their names? Name them right now. Off the top of your tongue, name them.
You just read the definition of
No,
Eurasia.
fuck that. I said name them. Because if you have scholars and you know this to be true, you'll be able to spit them off the top of your head. So name them. What are their names? Give me at least one. Right now.
I don't have
Give me one.
I don't have the names off top.
You don't have at least one name, but this is something that you believe
can I just tell you my
to be
premise?
true?
Can I tell you my premise?
I'm listening.
My premise is this: so quote unquote black people in the Americas, right, are mixed with Indian, Aboriginal blood plus European blood, no African or little African, as we know Africa to be. That's my premise.
Have you taken a DNA test to even try to refute that?
Nah, DNA test is fugazi.
Mm. Sir, what books have you read?
No. Ask him how is DNA fugazi?
No.
See, sometimes I want to stick to the topic. I put Sean SHONE. I meant SHOWN. I be trying to stay on topic, and then I get stupid motherfuckers like this. They do it every time. He does it every time. DNA can only match. DNA can only match what? What can DNA match? Oh, Pessa, you a lying sack of shit. Yo, people. We don't even know who you are. How the fuck we gonna Google yo people? We don't even know who you are. Make that make sense. So everybody listening in the chat and engaged in a discussion in the chat. How in the hell are we gonna Google your people and we don't even know who the hell you are? Make that make sense. Make it make sense. You didn't tell me shit, bro. We don't know who you are. Process that, man. Process that. We don't know who you are, so how can we pull your people up? Where you come from? What is wrong with you Negroes? Like for real, man. What's wrong with y'all? Y'all just started this shit in 2017. That means before 2017, were none of you Negroes claiming to be what y'all claiming to be today. Y'all all was, I'm black and I'm proud. Y'all all was, I'm from Africa. Then you got another dumbass motherfucker saying they not gonna understand they African. No, we're not slow. We don't know who you are. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. That's where I'm starting at. So if I'm telling you that I don't believe shit you're saying, right? I'm telling you that I don't believe you. So how am I going to see your people if I don't believe a word you're saying? You ain't showed me no evidence, bro. I'm evidence-based. If you show me proof, I'm going to move from that. Period, point blank. You Negroes are too caught up in trying to play some shit. If y'all are so Native American, why y'all not on these reservations? If y'all or indigenous to this land, if y'all so from here, why the fuck y'all ain't got no casinos? You're broke. If y'all from here, why come y'all don't have any government entities? I'm talking about government assistance from funding for homes, internet, and all kind of other shit. Y'all get zero. Y'all were born in the projects. And 90% of y'all, 90% of y'all went to jail, didn't graduate, got out of jail, never got a GED, and you just heard some shit on YouTube when you went back to jail, and then you start claiming this shit on YouTube. So how in the hell, then this dumbass nigga, look what he say, we were sold out. Who the fuck is we? What evidence do you have of you being sold out? That's the problem here, Kevin, is that you just can't say something and claim it, bro. You got to show the evidence. Exactly, Vasa. And you know them people are getting free Wi-Fi. You know how I know they're getting free Wi-Fi? Because fucking when I worked at Comcast, what the fuck were we doing? Setting up people in these tribal areas with free internet or discounted internet to where they was only paying $20 or $30 for their internet. And every time they land up on a land, we got this code that we put in, this tribal code that we put in, and then it honors it every time. But all these Negroes are on the internet and they paying $70, $80, $90. See, this was stupid. And I love this right here. Because this what turned me up right here. This turned me up right here. Why you're not going back to your land in Africa? Because my ancestors built this bitch. Against their will. They were forced over here, raped, mutilated, humiliated, hung, went through a series of bullshit through history, hundreds of years of that shit, tilled in land, creating resources and revenues for white people to benefit from, and never gave us shit. I ain't up and leaving that. I will continue to build a bridge back to Africa, establish relationships, and do what I please in the near future so that I can see and put my feet on the grounds of West Africa. But I am not turning my back on the blood, sweat, and tears that my ancestors laid down and died for. But I know who we are in history. You have none. That whole black history that exists, that ain't yours. It belongs to us. You know, the Negroes that need to go back to Africa. That's our shit. But see, we ain't finna go back to Africa and then leave you with our shit. Because you're gonna fuck it up. And you're gonna lie and deny and deny and deny and deny. All the while, our kids are listening to you like y'all some stupid motherfuckers. My kids is 13 and 17 and finna be 23. And they listening to you like y'all are the dumbest group of people ever. Because they hear me arguing with y'all. And they're like, they can't even believe that. Y'all want to argue with us about every fucking thing, and then the conversation is over with when it comes to your biological makeup. Fuck what this says or what they say. We don't need this, that, or the third. Your genetic makeup, your biological makeup tells you exactly who you are and where you come from. You cannot escape your biological makeup. You can deny it all you want. You can act like it doesn't exist, but every single person here has shit in their DNA that makes them individually unique and also especially appreciated with their African ancestry. So, I'm going to replay the video again. I want you to hear his premise, and then I'm going to go.
A lot of scholars agree with me.
Name them. Name them. What's their names? Name them right now. Off the top of your tongue, name them.
Hold on. Before we go, hey, appreciate you, bro. Have a nice life. Have a nice life. You know who you is because you can't comment no more. American Indian 252, have a nice life. They can't see your comment because it needs to be approved on YouTube. You over here talking about fuck Black history? Fuck you. Have a nice life.
You just read the definition of
No,
erasure.
fuck that. I said name them. Because if you have scholars and you know this to be true, you will be able to spit them off the top of your head. So name them. What are their names? Give me at least one right now.
I don't have
Give me one.
I don't have the names off top.
You don't have at least one name, but this is something that you believe
can I just tell you my
to be
premise?
true?
Can I tell you my premise?
I'm listening.
My premise is this: so quote unquote Black people in the Americas, right, are mixed with Indian, Aboriginal blood plus European blood, no African or little African, as we know Africa to be. That's my premise.
Have you taken a DNA test to even try to refute that?
Nah, DNA test is fugazi.
Now, what books have you read?
No. Ask him how is DNA fugazi?
No, you gotta rewind.
So the reason why is because there's no way in hell, if there's no way in hell they could take your DNA, right?
I ain't even gonna get into the DNA with somebody who don't even understand science. I don't know why we keep ending up here with these people. They don't know the science. How are they going to talk about something that they don't know? So, because he started doing this shit, and he gave you and laid down his premise, leveraging genetics to study African ancestry in the Americas. Between the early 16th and mid 19th centuries, the transatlantic slave trade brought more than 9 million Africans to the Americas. Previous genetic studies have estimated overall African ancestry in the Americas. However, details about the distribution of African populations across the Americas and their contribution to ancestry were unknown. DCEG investigators, in collaboration with researchers in the Federal University of Minas Gerais, Brazil, conducted a study to determine how different African groups contributed to the genetic structure of Caribbean as well as North, Central, and South American populations. They found the individuals of West Central, and Western African ancestry were more prevalent in the northern latitudes of the Americas, while individuals of South and East African ancestry were more prevalent in southern latitudes of the Americas. These findings were published March 3rd, 2020 in the Molecular Biology and Evolution. The investigators also report a significant decrease in genetic diversity between populations in Americas compared to regions of origin in Africa. In addition, they determined that the majority of the intercontinental admixture occurred between 1750 and 1850, which suggests that this time critically shaped the structure of the African gene pool in the Americas. Matching their genetic analysis to historical records, the investigators determined the distribution of African ancestry was largely shaped by geographical factors such as the latitudinal proximity and wind and ocean currents that shaped primary navigation systems of North Atlantic, with voyages mostly to North America. and the South Atlantic, which voyages predominantly to Brazil. Geopolitical factors such as European colonial influences and possessions also influence the distribution. This study provides significant evidence that the genetic analysis can be used to trace ancestral origins of different populations and contributes to our understanding of mechanisms of genetic diversity, which may open new avenues of research. Refuted with evidence. The whole study is provided in molecular biology and evolution. You don't even know how to read the study, so it ain't even worth us going that far. New study offers African American genealogical information unrecoverable from written records. Genetics. You can't get around it. We often look to the past to understand the present. Many Africans can trace their genealogies to the 1600s, but for the African American population, understanding our past is often halted in 1870. This brick wall in genealogical history is the first time most African Americans were counted in a census. Before then, their enslaved African ancestors were forcibly imported as part of the transatlantic slave trade, where recorded as property either under their enslaver's name or as numbers. Now, genetic explorations of ancestry are chipping away at the brick wall. A new study by Mooney, published in July issue of Genetics, can move African American genealogical understanding beyond percentages of African and European ancestry to individuals. Genealogical recovery. Population genetics defines genetically admixed populations as the result of two or more source groups combining to make new group. This new population ancestry will have multiple sources due to the continued genetic mixing within itself and with the source populations. The mathematical framework describes Mooney considers admixture from genealogical perspective, measuring and counting genealogical contributions to answer the question, how many ancestors from each source population contributed to a modern descendant? Here go the answer. The current African American population, 47.2 million. 47.2 million here in the Americas, but y'all ain't African American. So I don't know what part of the population y'all are. Because the 47.2 million of us, we know the fuck we are. But guess what? It's estimated to hold the 47 million of us hold between 15 to 25% European ancestry. A report that across a range of genealogical combinations of their model of random African American born between 1960 and 65 can expect an average of 51% European or European American ancestors and 314 African ancestors over a 14 generation span, from the founding of the African American population in 1619 to the birth of the vocal generation in the 60s. Pick your shit up off the floor. We smacking it out your hand. On the average, a black person in America on the average has 51 European or European American ancestors, while 314 African ancestors over 14 generation span for African Americans from 1619 to 1960s. You can't get around the evidence. This project has two main components. One is we're asking a new question about studying genealogies in admixed populations. We're trying to pose the question of how many individuals does that admixture represent? Lead author, Jaslyn Mooney. She's a professor of quantitative and computational biology at the University of Southern Cal. As the second component of the study lies in the application, particularly to the vocal population. African Americans born between the 60s and 65s A lot of the information that we're getting about these genealogical ancestors we're not able to recover from records. Don't trip. Just listen. This information is basic as the numbers of ancestors. Mooney adds that while in the 1870 census may give some genealogical information from that period, it reports information about the already established African American population, not African ancestors. There you go. The new study focuses on uncovering information about those African ancestors. How many are there and from which generations? To fill in some of the missing information about the individual African ancestors, Mooney and colleagues built a mathematical model based on available African American genetic ancestry. They hope to lift the veil on the genealogical and admixture of history of African American populations. To constrain the model, the authors broke the population history from 1619 to 1965, down into 3 demographic epochs defined by genetic data and major demographic milestones. The first, the epoch, includes the founding of the African American admixed population, with the second epoch extending from the end of the legal importation of enslaved African captives through the American Civil War. The second epoch shows a reduced African genealogical contribution and an increased European and European American genealogical contributions. The third epoch begins with the end of the legal enslavement and shows a reduction in the European and European American genealogical contributions alongside the already low African contributions from the second epoch. This resulted in more African Americans forming deeper genealogical ties within the established African American population. This study gives you some sense of how many people were ancestors from Africa and survived the Middle Passage. You're likely not going to find any sort of written information about these individuals at all. The study sits at the intersection of family structure, genealogy, and demography. While a mathematical model only gives us a glimpse of the historical implications for the admixture events that have contributed to the African American population, it gives us much needed new tool for thinking about demographic history. The study also comes at a time when population geneticists are thinking about the complexities of terms like admixture and the continental labeling of ancestry, and how misreading of the terms sometimes appear to bolster and long repudiated idea of biological races in humans. Handling editor John Novembre adds, in the current study context, the individual ancestors came from a distinct parts of the globe, so the framing used has traction and relevance for the problem at hand. It is important, however, to remember that the historical ancestors came from various regions within the large land masses of Europe and Africa, and neither of those represented monolithic units of human ancestry. That's for the lady on YK The Truth post. Future applications of mathematical framework, including adding additional source populations such as indigenous populations. The authors can also explore partitioning ancestor contributions based on sex to find a relative prevalence of male and female genealogical contributors' ancestors. A version of this model can even answer similar demographic questions from non-human admixed populations. Evolutionary genetics and admixture in the African Americans. We ain't gotta play no game. I'm just gonna give you the abstract because this is way too much information that a lot of y'all ain't ready for. As the ancestral homeland of our species, Africa contains elevated levels of genetic diversity and substantial population structure. Importantly, African genomes are heterogeneous. They contain mixtures of multiple ancestries, each of which have experienced different evolutionary histories. In this review, we view the population genetics through the lenses of admixture. highlighting how multiple demographic events have shaped African genomes. Each of these historical vignettes paints a recurring picture of population divergence, followed by the secondary contact. First, we give a brief overview of genetic variations in Africa and examine deep population structure within Africa, including the evidence of ancient introgression from archaic ghost populations, which we talk about Albert Perry over here. Second, we describe the genetic legacies of admixture events that have occurred during the past 10,000 years. This includes gene flow between different click-speaking Khoisan populations, the stepwise spread of pastoralism from eastern to southern Africa, multiple migrations of Bantu speakers across the continent, as well as admixture from the Middle East and Europe into the Sahel region of North Africa. Furthermore, the genomics signatures of more recent admixture can be found in the Cape Peninsula, and guess where else? Throughout the African diaspora. Third, we highlight how natural selection has shaped patterns of genetic variation across the continent, noting that gene flow provides a potent source of adaptive variation and that selective pressures vary across Africa. Finally, we explore the biomedical implications of population structure in Africa on health and disease and call for more ethically conducted studies of genetic variations in Africa. That's where you're coming from. I want to go back to dots real quick. It was on my heart. Charge it to my heart. So dots, ACB, which means African, Caribbean, and Barbados. They got this study out here, right? Which talks about the cell lines and DNA samples and how they were prepared from blood samples collected from people living in Barbados, West Indies, a Caribbean island with a population predominantly of African descent. I just want to say again, living in Barbados, West Indies, a Caribbean island with a population predominantly of African descent. The people in Barbados, them black people in Barbados, they're not the Arawaks, they're not the Taínos. I'm talking about the black people in Barbados are predominantly African descent, sharing a common history with communities of West Africa. The donors have identified themselves as having at least 3 out of 4 grandparents who self-identify as African Caribbean who were born in Barbados. Grandma said, Grandma said, Grandma said, Grandma said. Peep it. The donors of the study have identified themselves as having at least 3 out of 4 grandparents who self-identify as African Caribbean and who were born in Barbados. So whose grandmothers or grandparents shall we listen to? Grandma said, huh? Who grandmama we listening to? Dots, you ran around here talking about your grandma said. But these people who participated in these studies said 3 out of their 4 grandparents self-identify as African Caribbean. Grandma said, it is important to refer to this community as African Caribbean in Barbados when describing these samples in articles or presentations, including the full name, and reinforces the point of the sample set does not represent all the people of Barbados, all the people in the Caribbeans. nor all the people of African Caribbean descent. The population should not be described merely as Barbadian or as African Caribbean, terms that encompass many communities. The full population descriptor is African Caribbean in Barbados, and the abbreviation is ACB. Let's go. Let's get into it. Another study. While we here, African and non-African admixture components in African Americans and African Caribbean populations. So to give you the abstract, so you know what the hell is going on, it goes a little something like this. This is why y'all fear DNA. Admixture is potential source of confounding in genetic association studies, so it becomes important to detect and estimate admixture in a sample of unrelated individuals. Populations of African descent in the U.S. and the Caribbean share similar historical backgrounds, but the distribution of African admixture may differ. We selected 416 ancestry informative markers to estimate and compare admixture proportions using structure in 906 unrelated African Americans and 294 Barbadians from a study of asthma. So, one more time, ladies and gentlemen, they were doing a study on asthma in Black people in America and the Caribbeans. 1,200 people. The analysis showed that African Americans on average were 72.5% African, 19.6% European, and 8% Asian, while Afro-Caribbeans were 77.4% African, 15.9% European, and 6.7% Asian, which were significantly different. A principal components analysis based on the aims yielded one primary vector that explained 54.04% of the variation and captured a gradient from West Africa to European admixture. This principal component was highly correlated with an African versus European ancestry as estimated by structure, respectively. To investigate other African contributions to African American and Barbadian admixture, we performed the PCA on 14,000 genome-wide SNPs in African Americans, African Caribbeans, Yorubas, Lua, the Maasai African groups, and estimated genetic distances. We found African Americans and Afro-Caribbeans were closest genetically, and both were closer to the Yorubas than the other East African population. In our sample of individuals of African descent, 400 well-defined aims were just as good for detecting substructure as 14,000 random SNPs drawn from a genome-wide panel of markers. This study breaks it down. Y'all do not want no real smoke. You don't. Because the evidence argues against you every day and you just look stupid arguing against the evidence. So to keep it quick, without all the extra shit, the Afro-Barbadian community in the story. The Afro-Barbadians are celebrated on November 30th, 1519, often called Black Barbadians. They are entirely of primarily African descent. Most of the enslaved Africans brought to Barbados were from the Bight of Biafra, 62,000 Africans. The Gold Coast, 59,000 Africans. And the Bight of Benin, 45,000 Africans. Other African slaves come from Central Africa, 29,000 of them. Senegal, Gambia, 14,000. The Windward Coast, 13,000. Sierra Leone, 9,000. Barbados' African tribes were primarily Igbo, Ibibio, Efik. Africans from the Gold Coast were primarily Akan, from the Bight of Benin were primarily Yoruba, Iwe, and Fon, and Africans in Central Africa were primarily Congo. When white English colonizers first arrived on the islands of 1620s, Barbados was mostly unpopulated. Its indigenous Taino and Amerindian people had fled or were captured by slave traders. As the colonists adopted sugar plantation as Barbados' central industry, the European colonists passed laws legitimizing slavery and establishing big plantations reliant on enslaved Africans. Rum and sugar were the focus of the industry in Bahamas. As it developed into the leading commercial enterprise, Barbados was divided into large plantation estates, replacing the small early English settlers as well as the healthy planters pushed out the poor. The Irish were poor white slaves and planters who became the first police force and fishermen in Barbados. Them indentured servants, them little white boys came down there and became the first polices against our black asses. Some displaced farmers relocated to English colonies in North America, mainly South Carolina. Black African slaves were imported in such numbers that in the last 2 decades of the 17th century, blacks outnumbered whites by a margin of 2-1. And in the 18th century, they were 3 blacks for every 1 planter. Sugarcane dominated Barbados' economic growth. And the island's cash crop was at the top of the sugar industry in 1720. Slaves were involved in various activities in multiple roles: raising livestock, fertilizing the soil, growing provisional crops, maintaining plantation and infrastructure, caregiving, and various other tasks. What I'm trying to say to y'all is, she lied. And he lied. Brother Yodi lied and she lied. And I'm finna show y'all how Brother Yodi lied. Let's get into some more of his bullshit ass claims. Brother Yodi, what is a continent? Yodi, a continent is usually regarded as a large unbroken landmass completely surrounded by water, although some are not. There are several continent models, 2 of which are depicted in the figure below. The 7 continent models are North America, South America, Europe, Asia, Africa, Australia, and Antarctica, are defined by physical and cultural conventions. Considered a separate continent in the 7 continent model, Europe is a physical extension of Asia, together called the Eurasian continent in the 6 continental models. So your whole Eurasian argument, Yodi, your whole Eurasian argument, brother. Ooh. Hold on. Is a problem. And I'm going to come back to this. Shout out to Lucky. Shout out to Lucky in the chat. I got it. Shout out to Lucky in the chat. I'm going to show y'all what Lucky got going. Considered a separate continent in the 7 continent model, Europe is a physical extension of Asia, together called Eurasian continent in the 6 continent model. You said it was 2 continents. On the screen it's 6. 7, and how the Europeans want to goddamn get themselves one. The Europeans want to get themselves one. They don't want to be a part of Asia. They want to get themselves one. 1 in red, 2 in orange, 3 in pink, 4 in yellow, 5 in blue, 6 in green, 7 in lime green. Yodi, based on the definition, brother, you ain't got 2 continents. You just left Antarctica out. I mean, Australia out. You left Antarctica out too. Yeah, buddy. So we're going to get to tectonic plates. Let me pull it up. A tectonic plate is a massive irregular shaped slab of solid rock generally composed of both continental and oceanic lithosphere. Plate size can vary greatly from a few hundred to 1,000 kilometers. The Pacific and Atlantic plates are among the largest. Plate thickness are also varies greatly, ranging from less than 15 kilometers for young oceanic lithosphere to about 200 kilometers or more from the ancient continental lithosphere. We don't believe you. You need more people, Yodi. Jay-Z told you. Everybody in New York know they African. Harlem, BK, all the bureaus. Why is you lying? Why is you lying, son? Yo, done, son. You done, son. Yeah. Even based on the tectonic plates, provides the evidence for what we just substantiated. Yo, Yodi. Quiet. I see dead people. Yodi. I see dead people. Anybody remember when Yodi said Sunday that the Europeans that was a part of the transatlantic slave trade were the Slavs? He said that the Slavs were the people being sent over here to America. So, you know, I said, okay, bro, I'm done playing this game, right? So we're going to get a history of the Slavic studies in the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, this is available to all of y'all, Yodi. I know you listening in the chat. I hope Shah's son ain't interrupting you right now, and you can hear the sound of my voice very clearly as I'm providing you with a history of the Slavic studies in the United States. And Yodi, I just want to let you know this. The Slavs don't even come over this motherfucker when you think they do. And when you think they do, they damn sure didn't come during the transatlantic slave trade. So that, my brother, gots to go. So let's go to chapter 1, where it talks about the Slavs in America. Let's see what they say about the Slavs. You know, A1, AP, you know, all y'all who use that fake ass Slav argument. Let's see what y'all got for this. We have no records on the arrival in what is now the United States of the first Slavic nationals. We don't know from where they came or where they settled. Think about that. But it seems certain that at an early date, Slavs appeared in all the various streams of colonization, though primarily as individuals. So they weren't slaves. They showed up as individuals. We must remember that it was not until the 19th century, the 19th century, that the world became seriously interested in the nationality and language of a person. The medieval period had thought only in terms of allegiance to a given monarch or to some supranational state which embraced persons of many tongues and origins, united in the common loyalty. This held true to the first 2 centuries of American settlement, and we always have to take into account. It may be well to glance briefly then the political situation in the Slavic lands from the discovery of America through the next century. Dun, 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 dun. Christopher Columbus discovered the New World less than a half a century after the fall of Constantinople to the Turks and the liberation of Moscow from the Tatar yoke. Europe was filled then as now with homeless people. The Christians of the Byzantine Empire and the Balkan Christian states preferring the hardship of wandering life to existence under the Mahdian Turks, the Muslims. The armed forces of all the countries were filled with the adventurers who had been driven from their homes and were glad to fight as mercenaries. For example, there were Greek soldiers in the armies of the Francisco de Pizarro in the conquest of Peru in 1532. Later, these same people took sides with Diego del Almagro in his revolt against the Pizarro and made for him the first cannon cast in the New World. This intermixture of nationalities continued throughout the era of discovery and the ensuing decades. This was the height of Spain power, and it was under the flag of the Spain that men of all nationalities, especially from the Mediterranean area, went to serve. Giving you just a little insert here so that I can get to something a little bit more directly, because I don't want to lose you, brother. Because you made a claim. So, Slavic immigration to the United States goes like this. The earliest immigration of Slavs to the United States began before the American Civil War. However, the largest influx occurred within the 30 years before the outbreak of the World War. This wave of Slavic immigration was so significant that it overshadowed the Irish and German immigration of earlier decades. Initially, accurate figures of languages and nationalities were not kept, and immigrants were merely credited to the countries from which they came. So in 1899 and 1910, the total immigration into the United States was about 10 million. And of those, the Slavs formed about 20% of approximately 2 million people. In 1899 and 1910, fool, do the math on the math. Do the math on the math. Black people, come on, man. You saying the Slavs, bruh, was a part of the transatlantic slave trade, bruh? They don't get here in droves until 1899 and 1910. The earliest ones came over here as individuals. It ain't much known about them. You said that they were slaves. You said the Slavs were slaves. How, Sway? How? Watch how they came over here. By the outbreak of World War I, 5.5 to 6 million Slavs lived in the United States. They sought for better economic opportunities than those available in their home countries. So they wasn't fucking slaves. Largely uneducated and primarily focused on sending money back to their families. They came over here and was sending the shit back to the crib. What slave you know got off a boat? Based on your story, you said the transatlantic slave trade was about the Slavs. So how could they get over here and get jobs to send money back? Explain that to me, bro. Explain that to me, bro. Explain that to me, bro. Huh? Now don't get us in the slave equals Slav. Nah, don't get it. No. These people that you tried to play came over here for economic opportunity, so much so that they were doing what the Chinese were doing right now. Coming over here, getting a paper and sending that shit back home. What else happened? So after they sent the money back to their families, many briefly passed through New York before finding work in steel mills, mines, and factories in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Connecticut, and other states. General works on Slavic and East European immigrations to the United States are right here. These are general works. None of these show that these Slavic people entered the Americas as slaves. I just want to help you out, brother. So, what you know about the Sugar Creek Slavic Festival? They got a fucking festival. How could a people who was enslaved and brought to the Americas to be slaves have a festival, according to your claim? So in the late 18 and 1900s, Political and economic tension triggered a wave of immigration, not slavery, immigration to the United States from the Slavic nations. Oh, you lying sack of shit. These hardworking people came to form settlements in the city's neighborhoods like Sugar Creek, where jobs and chance to achieve the American dream welcomed their arrival. Today, millions of Americans trace their family heritage to Slavic nations. Celebrations like the Sugar Creek Slavic Festival remind us of those roots and the sacrifices made by those who came before us seeking a better life. These Slavic people came here seeking a better life. They was not slaves. Oh, Yodi, 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 Yodi. You getting beat the fuck up. The early slaves came from Indo-European lands, spreading various parts of Asia into Eastern Europe. Around 2000 BC, under the pressure of the nomadic hordes, the Slavic tribes crossed the Carpathian Mountains and pushed their way down the Balkans. Others moved westward into the upper Danube, and still others eastward toward the river Dnieper and Black Sea. This migration continued for the 4th through the 8th century, giving birth to the Slavic nations that we know today. For many centuries, Slavic tribes used the same common language. Starting with the migration in Eastern Europe, dialectical differences began to develop among the tribes. Generally, linguistics divided the Slavs into 3 main groups: West, South, and Eastern Slavs. I ain't even finna get into this festival. It's just the mere fact that you try to play these people and said they came over here as slaves is just crazy wild. Ain't no white people coming over here as slaves, bro. They didn't even call the people that were felons, the criminal, the prisoners. They didn't even call them slaves, bro. Yoda, you got to get now. Hold up. You got to do better. You got to do better. I just showed you some shit that walked you all the way down, bro. And then you went and posted this, sent me this book. I want to show y'all this. He sent me this book. Well, this ain't even really a book, but he sent this to me. The Other Colonization of America, according to Maps Neochronology. Yoda, why you send me this, bro? Don't none of this prove that the Slavic people were enslaved and sent to the Americas as slaves? It says it nowhere in the book. You need something to do, huh? You just got bored and just started throwing shit at the window, hoping something will stick, huh? You had a whole bunch of gum. You were just chewing it, put another piece in your mouth, chew it, throw the piece you just took out of your mouth, chew it, put another piece in, take the other piece out, throw it. You just trying to see if something would stick. None of this shows that the Slavs was enslaved and sent to the Americas. None of this shows that any of these people was enslaved and sent to the Americas. Your purpose for sending me this was illegitimate, as it was bound by nothing, because none of this shit in this talks about anything in America. Except for down here where you highlighted it in green and it just barely mentioned America. And it's talking about something that was published in 2012. You low down, dirty, nasty, beady head, bald head motherfucker. You sent me this book and you thought you was gonna pull one over on me. You either dumb or stupid or both. Hold on. I know y'all can't see the screen. Hold on, I'm trying to see if y'all can see it. Oh, StreamYard acting funny again. StreamYard back to that. Yeah, you sent 2 books. We already pulled up the first book when you was live. The second book you sent was even more pseudo. Don't send me no more motherfucking books. You ain't even reading the shit that you sending, bro. And you better be glad the motherfucking StreamYard won't even share this bullshit. You just Googling some shit, trying to find your way into an argument, bro. This book don't even talk about nothing that got to do with people, white people being enslaved and sent to Americas. This ain't got nothing to do with proving that your black ass was here. It don't have nothing to do with none of that, bro. Because in the conclusion, it says, the analysis of maps from the 16th to 17th century carried out by Enric Goulart based on 73 samples, of which 90% are foreign, shows that, and then it starts talking about each map. This book ain't even talking about nothing that you claim. It was a waste. I said, why the fuck he sent me this bullshit? 88 pages, but about 60 of them were fucking pictures. Motherfucker, this ain't about no goddamn Arabs. Man, listen, Juju, you gonna have to, hey, Auntie Mildred, you gonna have to forgive me, sweetie. Charge it to my head, not my heart. Yodi, you sent me these books, and now you in the chat talking about was there an Arabic slave trade of Slavs? I don't give a fuck about no damn Arabic slave trade of Slavs. They don't belong to me. They ain't us. Them ain't our peoples. I'm not defending them. They ain't got nothing to do with us. Why the hell do I care about the Arabs or the Slavs? I'm in America fighting for our black ass identity every day. We didn't even have to fight this hard for our identity in the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, or the 90s, or the early 2000s. It wasn't until 2017 that black people have to start fighting for the fucking identity all over again. Exactly. Just terrible. Black people in America wasn't fighting for their identity before all this other stuff. Even during slavery, we knew who we was. The free blacks were naming them, calling themselves African, had African names, all kinds of shit. When we got our own businesses, we named them Africa, African this, African freedmen. We did all that. We did all this shit and put Africa in front of all the stuff that we did. Y'all try to come up and say Jesse Jackson created the term. No, the hell he didn't. Y'all are out your minds, man. Y'all out your minds, man. Running around here doing all of this, bro. We knew who we were. We knew who we were coming off the boat. We didn't lose a sense of self. When they kept bringing people over here and them people started having children and them children were learning that we came from Africa. My mama said we came from somewhere over in Africa. My father used to tell me we came somewhere from over in Africa. Well, none of them claiming to be no damn Indians. We had beef with the Indians too. We had no fucking friends. John Henry Clark told you that. We had no friends. When our ancestors, and I'm talking about in the early 1900s, when our ancestors went to war with white academia from around the world, it set off a triggering alarm that we knew who the fuck we were. And they didn't deny it. Remember, We had no history. We were just slaves. They came from Africa. They taught us that for so many years. And you're saying that, oh, you going with what they taught you. No, nigga. They told us we had no history. We came from Africa as slaves. That's all we know. You didn't have no history. You didn't do this. You didn't do that. They try to strip us of all of that. But our ancestors in the early 1900s was doing research and able to communicate, finding their freedoms, finding their ways to be able to build and reach back and build with other people and gain evidence and look at records and research and dig and send telegrams and communicate in various ways, no matter how long it took. And they tied it back to Africa. Okay, you said we came from Africa. Let's go look. The evidence turns up, oh, we came from Africa. What are they saying? Oh, we had great civilizations over there, great communities. We bartered, we brokered, we traded, we did all of these things. Oh, wait a minute. Egypt is in Africa. No, let's isolate Egypt. Let's not say they had anything to do with Egypt. Let's remove them from Egypt. So then they try to slice Egypt out of the rest of Africa. We'll give y'all West Africa, where y'all built your little, all that Muslim shit over there. You can have all that little bullshit. You can have the Mansa Musas of the world. You can have this kinship, that kinship. You can go over there and have these different architectural greats, but nah, we ain't gonna. The white people said, nah, we ain't gonna give you Egypt. Then the fight became over Egypt. Why black people are so fascinated with it? Because it was the biggest fight for the existence of black people even being a part of the history. But it was an African civilization. It was an African culture. It had African dynamics. Who gives a shit what white people think? People like Yodi do. Yodi's proving my point. This is the alternative history that is taught by the Abos and the FBA community. Tariq Nasheed tries to hide the identity of the first people that entered the Americas in 1526. He don't even tell you that they were Africans who escaped the white people because the white people was beefing over what the fuck to do with the Africans. The Africans saw a way, the small few of them, maybe less than 20, saw a way to get the fuck out of Dodge, broke camp, ran wherever they ran to, and did what they needed to do. They were the first people to enter what we know as the United States today. We don't know much more of that after their escape because that's all the fucking white people knew. The people we had with us on the ships dipped. We got to fight with these dudes beefing back and forth on what to do with their ass. Next thing you know, they saw opportunity, broke camp. Some old man ran in the Indian territory, seek refuge. We don't know. We never saw him again. Then, after that, we in the Caribbean thick as thieves already. Since 1492, we in the Caribbean thick as thieves. Ain't nobody got no problem. The pirates down there is getting money because they plotting. These pirates was hitting licks left and right. The robbers was robbing the robbers. I'm going to say it one more time. The robbers, which are the pirates in the Caribbean, was robbing the robbers who were kidnapping Africans. Whether they bought, sold, or trade for them, we didn't want our black asses over here. The forced migration had black people from West Africa coming here. This is how black people get to the Americas. But the robbers was robbing the robbers for years. So now we get the San Juan Batista. Leaves the Congo, travels to Jamaica, headed to Jamaica, gets to Jamaica, get some business done, getting ready to set sail somewhere else in the Caribbean, and is approached by 2 ships. Anybody know the name of the 2 ships? You should know the story. It's going to be in my article anyway if you forgot. But they jacked 60 people off the San Juan Bautista. One ship goes one way, the other ship go the other way toward Florida. The ship to get to get to Florida, they doing bad business. They couldn't even get rid of all the people they had on the ship. So they brought 3 of them back around Florida, up the Atlantic coast, into Virginia, which came with the 20 and some odd Negroes that they brought in earlier on the other ship. I'm leaving the ship names out for a reason. Because I asked y'all, what's the name of the 2 ships? Olu got one name. What's the other name of the ship? What's the other name of the ship? Olu got one. Who gonna help Olu out and get the other one? Vasa can't say nothing. Kevin Rossum says non-documented. Wrong. All this is documented. She said, does it start with a C? The answer would be, I can't give you no clue, no hints, no none of that. I can't give you none of that. You gotta stand on business. You gotta stand on business. I can't give you that. I can't give you that. I'm gonna pause right there because I know some of y'all trying to Google. Yeah, not a Lucky. What the fuck, bro? Damn, Lucky. Soon, not a coincidence, come in the chat and say peace. I'm gonna stay quiet. Lucky gonna say something. Cotilda is later on, dumbass. It's the treasurer and the white lion. The treasurer and the white lion were jack moving. Danny told this story to a bunch of y'all too, but y'all didn't believe what he was saying about the pirates in the Caribbean because you couldn't put 2 and 2 together. They were jacking. They were already beefing with the Spanish. So the people who were running the ships already had a problem with the Spanish. It had a beef that gone back long before that, from being jacked before. Y'all remember when I was beating up Vino and I was showing y'all sources about how these black people in Panama, the Maroons, that they were of African descent. If you heard me telling that story with that book that we had and we was breaking down with Vino, in that shit it tells you about the beef that also occurred between the Spanish and other people, and they kept going back and forth. They even gave you the person's name who was part of the whole jack move. The robbers were robbing the robbers. So now you already have some Africans in the Americas in 1526. You get another group in the 1500s down there in Spanish Florida. You don't get no more Africans coming into this bitch until 1619. When you get them coming in, then you start, they establishing their colonies and things of that nature. So I said all of that to say we have the evidence for that shit. But the Aboriginals would have you to think that that story never occurred, that it never happened, that it didn't exist. They deny the ships. They deny the treasurer. They deny the San Juan Bautista. They deny the White Lion. Because remember, Ali Muhammad kept on saying he didn't see none of these ships. He couldn't even find evidence on the San Juan Bautista, knowing that it was spelled differently in his search. Bingo. We keep trying to tell y'all, we know how the game go. It was the pirates versus the privateers in the Caribbeans, straight up and down. Get down or lay down, my nigga. Yodi, you said that the transatlantic slave trade was about Slavs from Slovenia. Them Slavs up there. I just proved you wrong. Because those Slavs didn't get here to the 18th and 19th century. That would be during the illegal slave trade era. And these Slavs were coming directly from Europe seeking opportunity. Meaning they weren't indentured, they weren't contract workers. They were seeking opportunity beyond all that shit. You sat here and ran your mouth and ain't never had no evidence ever. You positioned your argument based on where you are, your premises, from ignorance. You sound just like A1, AP, V-Note, Smoke Signal, Callaway, Top Cats, Caremio, The Research Lie, Supreme Chief, and I'm calling him Supreme Chief because he's Supreme Chief Pseudo, and more. Listen, ladies and gentlemen. Listening, ladies and gentlemen. Listen. I clearly told the story of the San Juan Bautistas run-in with the White Lion and the treasurer. And this dumb dude says the White Lion never went to Africa. No one claims that the White Lion went to Africa. I said the Jack move for the Africans from the Congo that they got from San Juan Bautista. San Juan Bautista went to Africa, came from Africa with Africans on the ship. The White Lion and the treasurer jacked the Africans that were on the ship. And the entire story of the White Lion and the treasurer does not take place in America. It takes place in the Caribbeans because there was some beef down there. And people was doing business already. And some people was tired of the Spanish handling business the way they was handling business. The Dutch had a problem with the Spanish. That's why one of those ships come from the Dutch. Now, here go the question. Which ship belonged to which country? Where did the treasurer come from? Where did the White Lion come from? Who owned those ships? Now we getting down to it. Who owned those ships? I'm just going to look in the chat and see. I'm going to read and see. I'm going to get in and get out. I'm going to see if y'all come up with that one too. Who owned it? I don't care if you pull up Slave Voyages. Look it up. Who owned the White Lion? Who owned the treasurer? That'll tell you who was beefing with the Spanish. Which privateer? Are you sure? You got to be certain now. It's okay. You can go pull up the White Lion and you can go pull up the Treasurer. You can see. It's going to be interesting. There was some beef. There's a story behind the story. I ain't asking you who was running them. So at the end of the day, we can't let these folk alter history. We can't let them do that. It's pseudo. It's bad. We have children. Look at Stoke. Look at Stoke. One was Dutch. Ladies and gentlemen, remember earlier what I said about who had beef with other people in them areas. So why would the Dutch give someone that wasn't Dutch their ship to do business? Remember, the White Lion and the Treasurer flew flags. If you know the story, and you could go back to a video where y'all seen me do this shit before, because you could pull the source up and that information is in the source as well. The White Lion and the Treasurer flew flags in case the Navy was running down on them. Yeah, Juju, ain't nobody saying you wrong. You know you right about the English privateer on both. But they flew flags. What the Dutch got to do with it? Yes. Shit, a whole damn lot of them. I can't tell you the exact number, but we all know that in St. Augustine, where they was, you know what I mean, running down on shit, sugar plantations and some more, they were requesting a hell of a lot of people up in Spanish Florida from the Caribbean, because the slave system went like this. They would bring them in, knowing what they already knew how to do, what they were trained to do, break them in. When they were broken and they were known to do this work, then they would just move them on up the alley, take them from one place to another place, shit they already knew to work. That's why that book that I showed y'all the other day, I don't feel like getting back up, but about Latin America, the sugar plantations in Latin America, show you the proof positive. They had a system. They implemented their system and they used it to the best of their ability. Strong African presence in St. John's. Facts. It's facts. We don't know what that girl talking about, try to say that her nana told her this, that, and the third. But hold on real quick, y'all. Let me I dropped the link in the chat, so anybody want to smoke, we can get to it. Let's see what Lucky done got himself into today. Hey, Lucky, is this from today? Or is this from, I think it's from a video that's been taken down, but it was yesterday or the other day. Okay, all right. Shit, hold up. Let me cut the, turn the Wi-Fi on. Sister LaDosha in the building. She finna come braid my hair when I get back to Cleveland. She gonna give me one of them man scalps. Yeah, I'm gonna get my braids back. That's how we rock. When I get back to Cleveland. Talking about please. The heifer always negative. There's always one heifer in the chat that's negative. It was operated under the Dutch letter. Stoke went to Google. Stoke said, I'm gonna go find it. Nope. I ain't gonna be able to go. I think it's in October, right? I don't think I'm gonna be able to go. I need somebody to tell me how much it is. Might be able to turn the switch. I want to go so bad. I'm gonna go without y'all though. I ain't even look. Hit dog holler. When they talking about you, hit dog holler. That was how you read my text. Hit dog holler. Oh, shot son, I don't know. Oh, y'all can't hear the lucky shit. Hold up. Y'all can't hear the lucky shit come off phone tripping. Man, look. Let's plan it. They trying to go September in October to do some work at the school. So it's supposed to be like a week trip, and everybody gonna be over there at the Gay and Gyro Skills Academy, teaching and helping around, training the kids up. It's for work though. It ain't for like just like, I mean, you know, you still gonna have a time because you're gonna be on the soil, but definitely is that. I remember Kofi told me, but I just got to get back to the dates. What's up, Voss?
What's going on, black man? No, that
Man,
was more so posed for the audience. There's a lot of
my
familiar
bad.
faces, but
Damn,
if
light skinned
if
nigga.
it was to, so you could expand on the notion that some of the earliest slaves in this region may have not been directly from Africa, a straight shipment, but
Right,
that doesn't mean they wasn't African. That the request form was there, and to short that time, example, St. Augustine would have been getting them from Havana or places like that at the time.
right. Already trained up, bro. This one look good, bro. October 17th to the 29th. That's what I'm saying. That's why I said I don't know because of the days. That's 2 weeks. I don't know if I can get the 2 weeks. I know I probably can get a week. I don't know if I can get the 2 weeks, and I don't want to go over there and then I got to turn around. So I got to see. Now, if I get lucky between, you know what I mean, now and then, yeah. But if I get lucky between now and then I can, you know what I'm saying? I can say, deuces. What else, ABO? What's good with you? Can't hear nothing because you got your mic muted.
What up, Sean? What up, Austin?
Ain't nothing up.
Yep.
What's up with you?
Man, just appreciate the information that you was dropping, setting the record straight.
Appreciate it.
Getting tired of people trying to lie about who we are and, deny our history. This shit gotta stop, bro. You too old for this.
Way too old, bro. We'll fight for all that. Okay.
I'm fighting for all of it.
Yeah, I ain't getting them motherfuckers nothing.
Not
That boy said Sean ain't even. Hey, he said Sean ain't even got a passport. Like I ain't just got back from the islands, my brother. I got my passport stamped. I even got the new license. Passport and new license. Give me mine. Yeah. And I just came back from the cruise. You know, we was in the Bahamas. Come on, man. Quit playing with me, bro. I love Turks and Caicos, though. I ain't gonna cap. You gotta have your passport to get off the cruise ship.
Yeah.
You can go on a cruise. You can't get off the cruise.
You're trespassing.
You
You're an
trespass.
illegal alien.
He don't want me to go get that. He don't want me to go get that motherfucking passport, Sean, man. Quit acting like you know I went in Turks and Caicos not too long ago. Come on, man. I went on my first cruise to the Bahamas when I was 10. We went there for Key West and somewhere. Yeah.
What up, Vyasa?
What's good, Sabio?
Chilling, man. Wish more people would wish more channels was like this. You know, sometimes some of the things you do, Sean, and I'm gonna keep it real. Read an article for something I picked up from you guys. No cap. You, Kofi, and all them. Um, what's his name? Yeah, Kofi and all them. Y'all the ones who was reading articles and shit like that. Y'all the ones and doing it live. Yeah, true storying and all that. That's why I picked that shit up from. So that's why I don't have a problem, you know, going to get the best available information and reading them live on my show. But don't you gotta have the audience that has the attention span to sit through shit like that.
Nah, some people don't have that. And it's okay. It's okay. But what it is, and you can see the difference on how people comprehend through reading comprehension if they understand what they're reading. Because there's no way that you, me, Vasa, and somebody else could be reading an article that's saying one thing, and then out of the four of us, one person says, "See, we ain't African."
Right.
We just read a whole article talking about the genetic makeup of who we are in the Americas.
Ain't that shit crazy?
As hell.
Sean, if you don't mind, because it's been my term of the month, can you type in Mythomania? Just simply type that in and just read the AI, since that's the new thing.
And you want to
No.
know what's crazy, Vyasa? Me and my homeboy Raheem, we've been talking about mythomania for years. How these people suffer from mythomania. We've been
Yeah,
talking about
somebody
it for
said
years.
Egyptomaniac a couple of days ago, and it had me have a flashback of that, and how we haven't brought that out in discussion.
You want, all right, I got it. So I'm gonna read the one that talks about symptoms. Is that cool?
Yeah, anything towards it
He
will
said it
will speak to it.
sounds September Ross said it sounds biological.
He said
Nah,
biblical.
you gotta learn this shit. This shit learned. So what is mythomania? It's a lying disorder. Symptoms, causes, and treatments of mythomania. This is from a psychologist. So it's a lying disorder, basically. Mythomania is a psychological problem in which people feel the need to lie, often chronically and without any purpose or benefit. Lying behavior can start with a simple daily lie and become chronic over time and turn into mythomania. People with the disorder are called mythomaniacs. There are certain reasons why mythomaniacs are differentiated from people who exhibit daily lying behavior and why it is referred to as a disorder. The most important reason for this is that the lies told by people with mythomania occur impulsively in all areas of life, and the lies told do not serve any purpose. Getting what you want, avoiding a negative situation, showing kindness, protecting someone else, etc. On the other hand, had it thought that that mythomaniacs believe the lies they tell to great extent themselves. These people can continue their lying behavior without experiencing any serious problems in their daily lives. As a result of the rate of the people applying the clinic and psychological support is also low. For this reason, it can be said that research and observation of mythomania are insufficient. Although mythomania is not defined as a disorder, In the psychiatric literature, it can be seen as an important symptom of some psychiatric disorders like personality disorder, anxiety disorder, impulse control disorders, etc. Mythomania can cause serious problems in the daily life and close relationships. It is an important problem that needs to be addressed separately when it is recognized. The Aboriginal community is a community full of
Mythomaniac. Yeah.
That article didn't speak to it, but part of the line could be to cater to one's ego or protect the ego. You know, to
Mm-hmm.
inflate it or protect it, to over exaggerate facts and
So you talking
numerous
about low
things.
self-esteem?
Yeah, that
Yep.
too.
Low self-esteem. Marty said all the time, don't he, Viasa?
Yeah, that's that boy's go-to term.
That's that boy go-to term. Low self-esteem. These niggas got low self-esteem.
Yeah, it said that. What are the symptoms? So let's deal with it. Middlemaniacs may exhibit the following symptoms, which are sometimes easily recognizable from the outside. Lying even every day, ordinary matters without any interest. Telling details and carefully constructed, consistent lies. Being more likely to lie in situations of high anxiety and stress. Telling things differently, exaggerating, and embellishing them without a reason. Largely believing the lies told, not realizing that they are lying. Creating new lies linked to the old lie in order to support the old lie. Dramatizing the events of their position in them. Playing the
Sound
role of,
like Wale and Madonna, don't it?
yeah, exaggerating the event and their role in it, playing the role of the hero. Not feeling guilty, regret, and tension after lying behavior. Not showing any physical reactions such as blushing, sweating, etc. while lying. Displaying resentful and hostile behavior when the lie is exposed, not regretting the lie even after it is revealed. That's Yodi in the chat. So
Wale.
yeah, as soon as we expose the lie, bro, they want to hold on to it. Not admitting that they are lying. That's Yodi. That's all of them. Continue to believe what they say is true and trying to convince others that it is true. That's a goddamn shame.
So now
That's
with that
all of
said,
them. That
so
last
now with
one
that said,
entails all of them.
with that said, and forgive my boys, but
Nah,
You
they
good?
good.
now we have to question whether they have comprehension problems or if they cherry pick the information, remix it on some Puff Daddy shit, and
It's all of them.
formulate a lie to
It's
fit
all
their
of them.
narrative.
It's all of
All
them.
of them.
That's that one thing is what made me go silent,
So Sean,
Sean.
so
When I
Sean, can you
started
pull
seeing
up
how
this
things
word?
was going in Clubhouse a few years ago, when I seen that they'll just remix shit the next day, that's what made me stop. That's what made me pull back.
Can
Because
you
it's
pull
like the
up this
more jewels
word?
you gave them, the more fake gold they came with.
I got you. What
Because
word?
because, because obscurantism.
What?
Obscurantism.
Bro, you can't even spell
O
that.
B yes I can.
You see my screen, bro. I
OBSCURANTISM.
ain't on no screen where I can type.
Obscurantism.
I got it.
I don't use words I can't spell, dog.
Nah, dog. You failed that class, bro.
No, I didn't.
You
Spelling was
did.
shit. I wasn't spelling bees.
I used to get 100. I used to get 100 in spelling. That'd be the only thing that I could spell.
Oh man.
Hold on 1 second. So we got obscurantism. In philosophy, obscurantism or obscurantism is an anti-intellectual practice of deliberate presenting information in an obtruse and imprecise manner that limits further inquiry and understanding of the subject. Obscurantism has been defined as opposition to the dissemination of knowledge
Let's go.
and is writing characterized by deliberate vagueness.
Put
That's
niggas in stranglehold.
that's it right there. Them two
Put them
words
in.
right there all together. Man, y'all finna make me rewrite. Y'all finna make me rewrite the article, bro.
Put niggas in stranglehold.
And y'all about to make me rewrite my article, bro. I ain't even gonna cap you down because here I am over here just calling them denialists, and I'm gonna show y'all something real quick, and then we got somebody in the background that I'm gonna bring up in just a second. And Vasa, you can't go nowhere because you know what I'm saying. You this motherfucker kryptonite, and them motherfuckers scared of you because you know the truth.
Oh Lord, I know who you talking about.
Yeah. So without saying
Mr.
too,
Not Oklahoman to the building.
yeah. So look, the nihilistic. Listen. I call what they had the nihilistic amnesia. Y'all just put me on terms that I need to change my shit to.
Let's
They
go.
attempt to
But you've
deny.
been indirectly
Each one
saying it
teach
for you.
one.
But you've been
Look,
indirectly saying it, Sean, for
You've been
years.
indirectly saying it for
You've
years,
been
dog.
indirect, and
y'all
you
can't.
say
Y'all
it
can't see.
every single time. You say it.
Damn, y'all can't even
You
see the
saying it,
screen.
but you're just not giving it a term.
You
Every
just
time
not
you
giving
say
it
they
the
don't want to
time.
be connected to slavery, every time you say they don't want to be connected to what we went through,
It's obscuring the truth.
that's the psychological issue that creates the lie. It's
The
deeper than denialism.
obscurantism and the mythomania. Put those two together. What do you got? You got Dunning Kruger effect going crazy. You got Dunning Kruger effect on overload. Obscurantism and mythomania. Dunning Kruger effect overload.
And then you add in, it's easy to lie about people you don't see every day.
Mm.
Bro, I ain't got time to
Every
do
last
that.
one of us could be claiming we Australian because what's the odds of us running into somebody from
From
Australia to
Australia,
debunk
right?
us? To say we never been there, we don't know anything about it, we can't tell you what streets, we can't tell you anything about Australia other than I'm Australian.
Can y'all see
It's
my
gonna
screen?
sound good in front of a people who don't know anything
We see
about it.
you. I see you.
You see me, right?
Yes, sir.
But hold on. StreamYard ain't even let me shadow the entire screen, bro.
One of the mottos I adopted is each one teach one.
Nope. Yeah, it keeps saying, hold up. The browser can't access your screen. Try capturing a different screen. Bro, come on, bro. I was really trying to show y'all this shit.
It's a lot of niggas dumb as we
Hold
know.
on. We got Mr. Vernell himself in the building. Give me a second. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a Vernell sighting. What
Is
up,
this B note?
bro?
Come
What up,
on,
bro?
come on, man.
Oh man, not B note.
What's
That's how
up,
you.
Not B broke.
Every time you gonna introduce me, man. That's crazy.
What's up, Vernell? What's good with you?
So what it do? What it do? Hey, man, I got a question for Ross. You know what I'm saying? I ain't tripping or nothing like that. And I really don't know what's wrong with with people questioning the information. But Vasa, but I was gonna see, man, if you can, man, if you ever get some time, man, come up when I'm live, man, so we can chop it up on some Seminole stuff, so we can try to get some information out there. But I wanted to ask you this.
He
Uh,
ain't no Seminole. He ain't chopping it up with you. He
I
sent
want,
me. He them people, bro. You ain't them people, bro.
I wanted to ask you this. Uh, Whenever you went back and did the bimbo factor thing, what was the farthest that you was able to go back to see as far as back with his peoples?
Rose and Tina Factor. They dang, give me a second. I got a lot going on at the moment. They was they was slaves of Billy Bowlegs out there in Florida, the original one. That's as far back as I can get with the factors.
So, okay, so you said that they, okay, so you said that they,
Well, it wasn't Billy
you think that they
Bowlegs.
came,
It was Billy Bowlegs' sister. They was
uh,
owned by Billy Bowlegs' sister out in Florida.
okay, but do you think that they came from Florida with them, or was already, came from Georgia into Florida, or was already in Florida with them?
They was already in Florida and came this way
All right, because I've been doing some little research
through
on it, and I've been trying to.
through various waves. There's
I got a
multiple
question.
ones, but there's various ones. For example, Pompeii, after the destruction of Fort Negro and all that down there in Abraham's village, he winds up becoming a Seminole scout, and he goes all over the place. He's in Texas and Mexico and a few other places.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I see that he came with like the second or third wave or something like that. but kind of came kind of later in the game, I think, with Billy Bowlegs and them, I think. But it's like I say, man, I was just digging back
Nah,
into that.
they had to capture Pompey's ass.
Well, with this,
Hold on, before y'all get into all of that, real
Yeah, go ahead, Sean.
So Vernell, Vernell,
what it do, man? What's my last name?
Abraham.
All right.
You got a strong
African name.
All right.
Strong African American name. Let's go, black man. Stand up.
How the fuck
Red,
is you
the
claiming
black, and the
Seminole
green.
with a name like Vernell? That's straight up out of some strong black African shit.
Right. Vernell.
Yeah, you know how the times
Your
go.
daddy name was Vermin. Your daddy name
Hey,
was Vernon. And your
hold
mama name
on,
was
Savio.
Nell.
Hold on, Savio.
All
Now,
right.
you
Savio, put that bottle down, man.
you
Nigga,
know,
I ain't got no bottle yet.
you know we got the back door on you.
You ain't got no back door. You don't know more than I know.
Information on you. We got the information on Vernell Abraham. We know your mama and your daddy.
Oh
You ain't know
shit.
more than I know.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
You keep thinking that
No,
we
don't
we got your
Sean.
name.
Sean,
We
you went
got your
digging in the crate. Sean,
we
you
got
went
your
digging in the
daddy
crate.
name.
That don't mean that you fit to come with something that I ain't coming with.
Sean, you went digging in the crates, dog.
Now hold on, let me tell you. So I'm gonna ask you this. You keep saying that you're a Seminole, right? That's what you're saying. That's what you're standing on.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Don't lie on the Seminoles, nigga.
Okay. So
Don't
you're
lie on
you're a
the Seminoles.
Seminole. So are you a Seminole by freedmen or are you a Seminole by blood?
It's the same thing.
What?
It's not the same.
And the
Nigga
reason that I
lie.
say that, Rasa, is because, when I asked you about your people going back there, it's a lot of them people saying that they are Seminoles. They ain't saying nothing else. They saying they got Seminole, that they got Seminole in their blood, and that they are Seminoles, even though that they look black. But this is going back to the 1800s, the one that was born in the late 1700s, where they doing their interviews and giving it up like that. So that's what I was trying to see, as far as, with factory.
The reason that I asked you the question that I asked you,
Mm-hmm.
because Vernell,
Yes, sir.
you are if you could be a Seminole all you want to, but your records are freedmen. You're every bit of African.
And just like I say, that's we gotta
You're African. Yes.
well,
Vernell.
just like I told you that black
Vernell.
people didn't
Hold on, Sabio.
that black people. I'm telling you that black people didn't get brought over here by white people. All black people didn't get brought over here by white people.
All the black people in
I ain't believing that.
I don't care about what you believe. Every single black person from the time span of 1492 through the illegal slave trade was brought to America. The people that were already here was not us. We were being funneled into America via the Caribbeans and South America. So for you to say that you're a Seminole, how the fuck is you a Seminole when you was arguing Panama for all these months?
Well, I just went to the Panama because nigga, that was what niggas was arguing at the time when niggas was bringing up that picture. That was the that was the argument.
You was arguing for ignorance. Now we're talking about your family because we know your last name is Abraham, but it ain't tied to the Abraham that was in Florida who was a Seminole.
How's it not?
He was an African too.
How's it not?
He's mixed. You said that you ain't African.
Hold on. What you said? You said that he mixed. You said that Abraham mixed.
He's African and a native.
You said that Abraham is African and a native. Okay.
Vasa, did we not read this shit 1,000 times about Abraham being mixed?
Yes, sir. But can I have it for just maybe
Yeah,
10,
go ahead. I'm
15
gonna be quiet
seconds?
because when we talk about this shit, this y'all shit. I mean,
Okay.
when I say y'all, I mean you, Vasa. This nigga Vernell perpetrating a fraud.
Just for argument's sake and make it simple on everybody, let's say the Seminoles as an ethnicity starts in 1800 flat.
Who the fuck is Verdell?
Vernell, Vino.
Vino,
What
Vina.
is the only way to be a Seminole? Not a freedman, not a citizen. What is the only way to be classified as a Seminole? There's only one way. How is
Well,
it?
Shit.
well, that's after the fact.
What?
No, it's not. It's only one way. It's very
Nah,
simple.
because it was already the black Indians running through her before they even
What?
would and to put the term as far as uh Seminoles, if you're trying to say in the late
Hold
1770s.
up.
Wait,
Hold
I'm
up.
not
Hold up.
asking all
Hold up.
that.
Hold up.
I'm not
Hold up.
asking all that. What is the only way this tribe? What is the only way you're gonna be part of the tribe?
I mean, yeah, they trying to say you gotta have blood, you gotta have a blood to look a certain way. But what I'm saying is that the people was already down there in that area, and was already kind of combining like that before the late 1700s.
You're giving me
What?
a lot of run-on sentences, but you're not giving me an
Nah,
answer.
because I'm saying that the people down there is already given that term.
Okay, y'all. Y'all want to know how? The only way you would be a Seminole is if your mother was a
Mother
Seminole.
was a similar. How the man? Why is
That's the
this
only
man?
way. It's
Hey,
very
No.
simple. If your
Hey,
mother
what
was
up,
Seminole,
Sabio?
what
if
up?
your mother was
So
Seminole and your daddy was Japanese, Russian,
you was still
white,
Seminole.
black,
It
it
didn't
don't
matter.
matter.
That's,
You
You
was
I mean,
still
Seminole.
I
Seminole.
understand that, but what I'm saying
I
that
just
Then
found
why
out why
didn't
he
you
Hold
say
up.
mad.
that?
I just found
that
out
there
why
was
Vito
people
mad.
already down there too, and what I'm saying they already gonna get the same of a term as the same inhabitants down there if they being found by the people.
So we're not even dealing with a mythomaniac by us. What we're dealing with is a pure, flat out obscurantist. He does his best to obscure history to make it fit the story that
Ain't
he wants to
nobody,
tell.
ain't nobody moving nothing. I'm saying
Hey,
that
hey,
they was
hey, hey,
running up on.
I'm gonna ask you a question.
All right,
I was making a statement to Vyasa. I spoke directly to Vyasa and those listening, Willie and Willie, all right, about the term obscurantist and what you're doing. So, um, if your parent or your are descended from this Abraham person who is mixed with African and Native American, what part of the African part? Why are you denying the African part?
man. What I'm saying is that if the
Mad at
people
his
is
mama for
found
naming him
over
that.
here, what I'm saying is that if the people found over here,
No, no, no,
yeah,
no, no, no,
yeah,
no, no, no,
if
no,
the
no, no.
people found over
They
here
weren't found over here.
and they before the Europeans got to certain areas, how are they not the inhabitants of their area before the Europeans got there?
But
All right,
Vito, he
so
asked you a question on how are you denying the African part. That was the
I'm
question
not
he asked
denying
you.
the African part. I'm saying, how can you
So
put the
are you,
African term on? How can you put the African
so
term on there if they finding them there?
if
all right, so
Abraham's
look,
saying that he African and Indian and
And he
wait, first of
ain't
all,
nobody
hold
back
on,
then.
Vito,
Ain't
are
nobody back
you
then in the
so
1800s said they was African.
that's
They
what
what?
all
that's
said they
what
was
you sound crazy.
Seminoles.
Listen,
What? Okay, okay,
listen, hold
okay.
on.
So again,
That's a
so again,
deflection, Sabio.
oh no,
That's a
no, 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 no,
deflection.
no, no,
But
not
hold
Willie,
on.
Willie. This is
Is
cool.
he
I'm here.
accepting the African part or he denying it? Which one
No,
is
I'm
it?
That's
saying that
no,
they
no,
not
no,
saying
no,
they
no, no, no.
African. They saying
Because
they Seminoles.
what he's trying to do is act like there was no people in the 1800s calling themselves African. So again,
Not the
this
Seminoles.
hold up. Hey, hey, hey. No, you said nobody. I don't care
I said
about
not
this
the.
group. No,
I
no,
don't
no,
care
no.
about
Hey,
niggas up
hey,
north
hey,
or
hey,
you
hey,
got
hey,
niggas somewhere.
hey, hey, be
I'm
quiet.
talking
Hey, be
about a
quiet. Hey,
Pacific
be quiet.
people.
Hey, bro. Hey,
Just
bro.
show
Be
us the
quiet.
evidence. Just ask for the
That's all
evidence.
I need you to do. That's what I was gonna ask. Can you show me a source that no one was calling themselves African in the
Yeah, man, I
1800s.
can show you a source where a lady back in the late 1800s, she was married to one of the chief pains doing the treaty of doing the
This
pain treaty.
how we know that you're not a Seminole, because the black people down there were definitely calling themselves African. That's why.
They
That's
wasn't
why.
calling themselves Africans in the 1800s, man.
Word.
This nigga stupid.
Vino. That is why Juju was in the chat going crazy every time you try to say anything about Spanish Florida and the existence of them people. Like she knows.
That's 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 my that's my people. What you talking about? That's me.
That's her area, bro. She's there.
Man,
Okay, get that
man,
source. Get that source. What was your
I'm
name again?
saying,
What you said
man.
this was again?
Right. All we need is
Vernell.
She came there
a
late.
Vernell.
source,
Get that
She
source.
Vernell.
came there late,
All we
Florida,
need is
man.
you from
Vernell.
all we need
Get
from you
that
is a source,
source.
Vernell.
I
Get that
mean, man, it's
source.
not for me to show the source because when I show
No
the
more
source,
lips.
it's gonna be
Get the
something else.
source.
No more
Look, get
lips.
the source.
Nah,
We'll deal with the other shit later. Get the source.
No more lips.
We'll wait for Vernell to bring the source, bro. We don't want to talk to you till you got the source, bro. You gonna keep on running us in circles.
Yeah, don't come reading the source. Show the source so we can put the source on the screen.
Nah,
And Matthew.
the echo is coming from Sabio. He next.
Oh, the echo coming from me?
Yeah.
I
Oh,
was
all
gonna
right.
say
Let me
there's some
fix that real
feedback
quick.
jumping off. I thought I was
Let me
tripping
fix
because
that
I'm
real
driving.
quick.
And see, this is how we had to do them.
Better. If not, I'll join on my laptop.
Somebody else has to talk.
So
He said
I,
Vernell's source
I
in the
I
chat.
feel like, Sean, one of our biggest problems
Is it
is
better?
these mothers that hated their nappy hair. They wanted to be somebody else, and they kept
Matter of
pushing that
fact,
stuff
I'm
on
gonna
these
join on my
girls
laptop.
and pushing it through our community. I
I
don't know
agree.
if y'all can hear me or not.
I heard you.
And then that's how we run up on these big juicies and these dulcineas and
Big
and
juice.
all these girls that see the African right in front of them, but deny it and say, "Well, my great great granddaddy was from Barbados, like, and he had Blackfoot, and he swam all the way to Barbados." Silly stuff like that to avoid what's right directly in their face. That's the problem we dealing with right now. You know, and we're gonna have to deal with that. You know, we all done heard women that thought they had good hair say, I'm Indian." Hell, I went through it in my family. To that DNA drop.
Can you pin the link? I'm finna join on my laptop to get rid of this echo.
I'll post it when you comment.
You know what I'm saying, Sean? Half my family was swearing they had Indian in it until my ancestry came back. Ain't a native or Indian on my chart. And my mom
That,
instantly was like, "That can't be right." Well, why would they lie, mama?
that boy back with his 100-year-old.
No, we know this not bad. What up,
Vito's
bro?
not coming back. Because he not gonna want to. He gonna get kicked off Smoke Signal's channel if he admit that he accepted the African side of
Hold on.
Abraham.
Hold on, Willie. Not a coincidence said, is he saying black people didn't know what the word Negro meant? Vino saying a bunch of shit, bro. I don't understand what he's saying. He trying to deny the Africanness is what ultimately is what he's saying. So he's saying that these people that's black that stayed across the street, literally across the street.
Yeah, I'm waiting.
Okay. Let me kick your ass out. He's saying that the Negroes who stayed across the street in their own subdivision from the Indians was the Seminoles. The real Seminoles was supposed to be them. He keep forgetting that the goddamn people into Spanish Florida 2 ways. Nah, I ain't playing it off.
But Sean, this is where I was talking about. I hate giving jewels away because
Right.
I'll take that. You'll know I'll take that Seminole word and remix it because you're just basically saying Cimarron.
Mm-hmm.
So yet and still, they still African people.
Right.
So I don't get it. I would love to see these modern day, not internet Seminoles, any of the 5 tribes here or the variations of admixture, but any of the freemen in real time. I would love to see one that denies their Africanness in person. I've never seen it, Sean. Been here my whole life, been amongst them my whole life. I've never seen it until YouTube and Clubhouse.
Right.
Mind
Eric.
you,
Eric is
mind
down there
you,
with y'all.
mind you, it's the same ones who never have a CDIB card.
Facts. I think Eric showed his that day. He was arguing with one of them in Turtle Gang. They were asking somebody to show it, and they don't even know what the fuck the card was. I think they probably asked Vino for the card. He ain't got one. He tried to say he ain't got one. Supposed to
I
be his
told
people.
y'all down here we don't even ask. We can just peep your license plate.
So for those who think I don't read and study different shit to show myself accountable and learn about the shit, the selfish gene. I not trying to change, topic, just that y'all know.
You just did. They seen your book, Sabio. Vasa, yeah, facts. Hey, Sabio, Satel said he need to hit the weights, bro. Hey, you froze up, Vasa. See, you done came in on your laptop with all this shit open, and now you slow and froze. You probably still talking to some more shit.
Hell no. Hey, Sean.
What up? What up? Man, we said something to you about an hour ago.
Man, my fault, man. You know I got some extracurriculars in the background.
Yeah, that's fine.
But yo, you wasn't able to pull that up?
Nah, man, my phone was tripping, bro.
Man, I'm finna email it to you, man. These niggas. Did you
I'm trying to too. That's why I'm over here. I've been trying to work on it. I think I gotta power my phone off some other shit. I don't know. My phone been doing that lately though, man. If I got like the wrong shit up. Oh, that's probably My phone been acting like you don't want to act right when I got my game. I got my game on here too. And I ain't turning that motherfucker off. It was just playing in the background.
You doing too much.
Bro, I got way too much going on.
Man, these Negroes, Sean, I'm glad.
Hey, bro, let me show you some weird ass shit, bro. Look at this weird ass shit. Look at this weird ass shit, bro. This motherfucker been trying for 8 episodes. Ain't nobody listening to you. Hey, nobody listening to you, bro. 8 episodes. Go do your DoorDash, bro.
He just got cussed out on Root
No, bro. Go do your DoorDash, bro.
He just got cussed out on Root Words page.
50% European DNA you got, bro. You mixed, bro.
They just went up on that nigga Lotus over there on Root Words page. They just it was about 5 people on the
I
panel
ain't giving him no 2 minutes. No, sir. I ain't giving Lotus 2 minutes, bro. He ain't never got a computer or a source.
Lotus he like one of them sorry rappers from the early 2000s that was trying to get him. He just name dropped.
That's it, bro.
I got John Blaze shit.
You emailed it? You emailed it?
Yeah, he was one of them guys. I got my shit more John Blaze than yours. He one of them guys.
Yeah, look, hold on. Don't cut your camera back off. He said give him 1 minute. Nah, bro. Nah, bruh. 1 minute. Nah, bruh. Hold on, Savio. Hold on. We can't hear shit you saying.
Hold on.
Now we hear you.
Check out the Barbary Coast slave masters who enslaved all the pale folk.
Shit, that's your grandpa. You know your granddaddy white.
No, he didn't come in that.
Yeah, he white. Your mom black and your daddy white. Stop it.
Nope, my dad's actually black. My mom.
Okay, show us the. Okay, my bad. I had them reversed.
My mom is half black. My dad's
Your
black.
dad black and your mom half black. So your ass is African. 50% of your DNA.
It comes from Africa. That's correct.
That's 75%.
Now I'm done. I'm done with Lotus. He just admitted that he African.
Yeah, Barbary Coast. That's where the pale face.
Nah, we ain't listening to none of that. You African, Lotus.
America, y'all.
Hey, Lotus, tell us again. You African. Say it.
Nah, there's no such thing as.
Nah. Say it. You just said it. Say it again. Say it again.
Not African.
Nah, say it again, Lotus.
Because Africa means.
Nah, you gotta go. You gotta go.
How we jump to galley slaves way over there in the Barbary Coast?
Man, I don't know what the hell he doing, bro.
What's the connection to that in the Americans?
Hey, Sean, I'm trying to figure out what is killing them so hard to say that they African. What's it's got to be something,
bro. Hey,
it's got to be a mean identity
I'm
crisis going on.
I'm gonna tell you. Really,
he said no. Y'all didn't hear him? He said it. He said actually, my dad black, my mom half black. That's where the African style comes in.
Hey, what's crazy is he wanted to talk about the Ottoman slave trade, Joe. He talking about Barbary slaves.
Yeah, that's why. That's why
early slave trades that started on the.
Okay, hold on. Let me download it. We got some good shit coming from Lucky right here, y'all. Shit, I'm downloading it right now.
Lucky always come with that fire.
Okay, so what I'm gonna have to do though, because let me go to Canva real quick because my bad. Go ahead, y'all can build shit. I'm gonna get this shit.
I think I sent it as a move on accident instead of MP4.
Nah. You got. I don't give a fuck. Shit, I'm gonna get that bitch.
So what was his intentions of mentioning the Barbary slaves?
Understand when they talking about other chicks.
Ooh, he talking spicy. Oh, my bad.
Just the lioness motherfucker on YouTube right here. Come on,
Man.
Come on, Sean. Come on.
I'm finna play it.
Yeah, he definitely one of the worst.
Yeah, I agree. Hold on, I got
belligerent. That's what make it worse. He just so belligerent with it.
that boy came back. That boy. Hold on, y'all.
But what's crazy, Lucky, he don't even realize he hang himself every single time.
Man, every time.
Every time you let him go, he just wrapped that noose around his neck every damn time.
Just let him talk 10 minutes straight.
Who was that to ask the question about why they lying about either being of African descent or the vice versa of it
That was
being
Willie.
Aboriginal?
Willie
Okay. Willie, is in modern day, it makes no sense to lie about it. During the Jim Crow era, I can see where you milking the game had you been at mixed. You get where I'm going with the whole passing shit. But in modern day, I don't see any benefit of lying. It's actually counterproductive to every other movement that's legitimate.
Yeah, I
They're
agree.
really getting in the way.
I agree, and I think it's got a lot to do with your level of maturity too. If you still that little 7-year-old girl that somebody teased you because your hair was nappy, and then you grew up to be, I ain't black, I ain't African, I'm Indian, that's a level. That's some maturity shit going on. That's some childhood trauma going on up in there.
Hold on 1 second, y'all.
Became popular,
Hold
and
on
you
1
can
second,
lie.
y'all. Hold
Okay.
on. I don't want to break y'all, but hold on. Vino, what the source said? Your mic unmuted, but we don't hear you. You got the source? Vino, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
I can hear
Okay, everybody hear me but this nigga Vino.
Cause that flip phone
I hear
battery
you.
low. That Obama phone ain't logging online too good.
All right.
you. Trying to
Maybe
take
Vino.
smoke signals time to travel. You gotta let the
So
smoke signal get in the air first.
No, I think it's
so
his
the
phone.
thing
So hold on before we go further in the conversation. Let me see if y'all can hear this.
Really mean that that's the positive
I
language.
hear that.
I hear it.
Yeah, let it go. We can hear it.
All right. Hold on. I need to make it bigger though. See what I'm saying? So hold on.
So we got to understand when they're talking about other chieftains, that don't necessarily mean that that's the positive language. So they let you know that in the area they spoke a majority of this.
But it wasn't
I
English.
agree with you with the
And I
Algonquian
want to
because
thank you niggas for
they was
proving
damn shit over there in the
that you
Tennessee
niggas ain't as
area.
slow as I thought you was.
Go ahead. Word, they was definitely over there in the Tennessee area and all of that area with North Carolina today. Yes, but they was not over in the southeast. The Algonquian language never came down to the southeast. When they say Florida, they talking about what is La Florida, Jacksonville, going into Alabama. Remember I told you it's maps that say all that bottom part was La Florida? Because the Spanish, De Soto and them boys had all of that shit at a certain time. So yeah.
So y'all was speaking those different languages before y'all.
No, not different languages, different dialects. You just read what it said. They call it different languages, but it was just different dialects. We all kinfolk.
None of those dialects are from English, correct?
Yes, they all are English.
How?
They look at the map, dog.
How?
They're all English.
Which one came first?
They're the all of this is English, bro.
Hold on. I didn't try to tell this nigga a few times. Look, I can give you a few words right now. That's Algonquin. Shanika, Waukesha, nigga. Wakanda, motherfucking Wakanda. What they try to say is in Africa. All of that shit is Algonquin. All of that is related to niggas. Shanika, I got a cousin named Shanika. I ain't never in my life heard no Mexican, Asian, white person named Shanika. Get the fuck out of here. No Native American has that name. Waukesha. Keisha. We all got Keishas in the hood, bro.
Like
hey, Cosmo,
this nigga better stop. This nigga gotta stop.
No, I'm asking.
Let's do a bill. Let's do a bill on these language
It's good.
families, y'all.
How the fuck y'all spoke all these different
and
dialects?
Cosmo, let's do a bill on this shit. People think we arguing
today,
but we all saying the same motherfucking thing. But you know what I'm saying? We just saying it in different ways. I'm not saying that we different than y'all and y'all different than us or the language different. I'm just saying I don't believe that one came out of all the languages came out of one or the dialects. I want to say that different dialects became formed because of trade. When you see these borderlines where places connecting with each other, that's where you will see the language using both. They using Muskegee and Iroquois. They using Muskegee and goddamn Algonquin because they're on the borderlines.
What language is the most complex? Hey, what language is the most complex? Algonquin is the most complex language out of all of them, though. That's how you know that it comes from Algonquin.
I'm confused.
It's like a tree. It's like a tree, and all of them is branches. That's all it is. Y'all I'm telling you, bro. A lot of this language we using a lot of Algonquin more than anything. We're using Algonquin more than anything.
101. Just because it's more complex doesn't mean it's the majority of the languages, bro.
Man,
Maybe
shout
it was
out to
more
my hearing
complex.
aids,
Hold
man.
up. Maybe
Wait
it
a
was
minute.
more
I thought y'all
complex
Yeah,
because you
yeah.
gotta remember now,
Y'all ain't Native
And the
American.
Lake Erie
American
is 7,000 years, they say. That Udo Aztec and shit, yeah, that Udo Aztec and shit is supposed to be 4,000 years. Then you go into the other languages, they're only 1,500 to 2,000 years. Algic is the oldest.
Oldest, correct.
Like that, the other shit would have to come from it. Like, come on. It's nothing like that's the only way.
When did y'all stop speaking that and began speaking English?
Bro, English comes from that, bro.
I thought
English
y'all
comes from it.
English is
We
our
would never have English if we didn't form it from all these from Algic, bro. It comes from Algic,
So
bro.
y'all had all
It
these
does.
different languages first.
It's a
then
complex
y'all
language, my
combined
nigga.
it to come up with English.
This nigga don't understand
Let me ask you a question. Robert Lee.
Only
Wouldn't
if
it
you
make
answer
sense?
my question. Only if
I'm
you
answering
answer
your
my
question. I'm gonna answer your
You
question.
can't answer with asking a
I'm not
question.
gonna answer with a question.
That's
I'm
what
gonna
you
answer your
just asked
question.
me to do. You just asked
Now
me.
watch this. No,
Here
I
you
asked
go.
you something. I said,
But I
Robert
asked
slowly.
you something before
wouldn't
that.
it make sense? Listen.
Why the fuck would I answer
Just
your
listen,
question?
bruh.
Ignore
Be
mine.
quiet.
Fuck
I'm
you,
not
nigga.
asking
You
you to
ignore
answer
mine.
anything. I'm not asking you any
Well,
questions.
fuck you. Don't talk to me then, nigga.
I'm not asking. I'm not asking you any questions. You don't have any information to
all
give
your
me,
languages
sir.
that y'all talking about.
Now
and
let me
only
answer your
speak
dumb
English.
ass question.
When the fuck
Right?
did you start
Now,
speaking
it's simple
English
as this for
and stop
anybody who wants
speaking
to
the goddamn
right?
Algonquin
It's as
and
simple as
all
this.
this
People
Iroquois
way
shit
up
you
here
talking
in
about?
Michigan. Can y'all see this? Way up here in Michigan, like the Menominee, right here, right? These people all up here are called Okono or Copper people, right? We know for a fact, way down here in the Gulf of Mexico, that the copper that was used by the Mayans and Olmecs and Incas and Aztecs come up out of northern Michigan. Obviously, they don't speak the exact same language. So how did they do trade? They had a trade language.
And what
that
was
trade language? Hold on. That trade language is a signed language, which is the birth of what we commonly call today English.
Man, shut the fuck up.
It's a fact, bro. And this is where you
Come
get
on,
A, B,
bro.
C, D, E, F, G,
Now,
H, I, G.
sign language
What the
is-
fuck, bro?
Listen,
Sign. If
come
you
on
learn
now.
sign, bro. If you learn
Come on,
sign,
bro.
it literally,
It's
bro.
always in English, bro.
Yes,
Bro.
it's always in English, bro. And all the letters. If you look at the
How do you
letters,
think-
bro,
how do you
that's
think
how
the
they're
Indians
writing them
spoke-
down,
How
bro.
do you think the Indians spoke to the Spanish?
Mm-hmm.
How do you think they spoke to the Dutch?
They learn
Sign
each other language.
Yep.
No, they learn
Sign language, sir.
You ever heard that? I mean, they
And they got.
had it
Hey,
learned.
wait.
Hold on. If they all speak in English, how the fuck are they? Hold on. If they all speak in English, how the fuck they couldn't speak to each other?
I'm glad you paused it for that, Sean. And that answer for the audience in here, if you're playing a video, it was the African slaves who was translating and interpreting. In Florida, you'll see it. And in what's old boy's name? The one they call the Morn. Stephen the Morn.
That's the Benico.
Yeah, it's the Vinco. You'll see it over and over again who was translating.
But you heard him say American Sign Language,
Which is weird.
which comes from the French Sign Language, by the way. They saying they were speaking that over here. That's how they was able to communicate with the Spanish. Meanwhile, they saying that Algonquin is the precursor to English. You caught that right?
Uh-huh.
Did he say that they was trading iron, or was I tripping?
He said copper.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, even that is like, what
Yeah,
the
but he
hell?
made up a bogus story because he said they was trading copper from North Michigan all the way down into Florida. How the fuck is that possible?
They pushing that miners was in Canada shit. I dealt with an Aboriginal who
The
did
big,
that.
The biggest trait y'all gonna see is obsidian amongst the people he was listing. When you start getting into the Inca and all those
That
down
was
in
my
southern
thing right
America,
here. That was a
you're
trade
gonna get
language.
into obsidian.
That was a slave.
Obsidian would have been the most requested item.
What was the trade language? They didn't sign language shit. They had to learn a trade language. The Spanish ain't learning no motherfucking Algonquin.
But
Algonquin
Sean,
ain't got
that's where
nothing to
they
do with English.
piggybacking. That's where they piggybacking off of not knowing Native American culture. It's not that there's sign language in any of it. It's most of the language you speak and act out. For example, the word for drink, you'll put your hand up to your throat because that word might be used for something else, so you gesture it out. You get what I'm trying to say by that? And the gestures let you know what you're speaking towards. And you'll see that at various tribes, in particularly heavy in the Chickasaw language, which is Choctaw language. But there is no sign language. That don't exist. It's a active language, if that makes sense. So like for example, in English we have a word for headache. They may not have had that, but their word for pain. So you'll say the word for pain, but point to your head, point to your knee, or whatever it may be. It's an
All right,
active language.
while I'm doing this, Vino, you got that source?
Nah, man, I ain't trying to show nobody up and nothing like that, man. I just had a question, man.
Ain't about showing nobody up, bro. We trying to get the shit right. So you either got the source or you don't got the source.
Man, the source is Betty Payne, man. You
No,
can
bro.
go.
What? No. We asked you to bring us the source, bro.
Man, it's a video. It's a
No,
video. It's a
no.
video. It's a video of a man reading the primary.
Bro, that ain't how it go, bro. Go,
But
okay.
hold
Go
on.
then. Go get the video. I ain't listening to your motherfucking ass just try to talk to me in circles. I'm out of being talked to circles. I only want to talk to your source, nigga. West African Pidgin English, also known as Guinea Coast Creole English, a West African Pidgin language lexified by English and local and African languages. It originated as a language of commerce. This is what I mean, a trade language between the British and African slave traders during the period of the transatlantic trade. As of 2017, about 75 million people in Nigeria, Cameroon, Ghana, Equatorial Guinea use the language. Because it is primarily a spoken language, there is no standardized written form and many local varieties exist. These include Sierra Leone Creole, Nigerian Pidgin, Ghanaian Pidgin English, Cameroonian Pidgin English, Liberian Colloquial English, the Aku dialect of Creole, and the Pinchiglese. West African Pidgin English arose during the period of the transatlantic slave trade as a language of commerce between the British and African slave traders. Portuguese merchants were the first Europeans to trade in West Africa beginning in the 15th century. And West African Pidgin English contains numerous words of Portuguese origin, such as sabi, to know, derivation of the Portuguese saber. Later, as English merchants arrived and engaged in the slave trade, they developed the language in combination with local African traders in order to facilitate their commercial exchanges. The language quickly spread up the river system to the West African interior because it was valued as a trade language among Africans of different tribes. Later in the language's history, this use for trading language adopted as a native language by the new community of Africans and mixed race peoples living in the coastal slave trading base, such as James Island, the Bunce Island, Elmina Castle, Cape Coast Castle, Nobu, and at the point it became the Creole language. So some scholars call this language West African Pidgin English to emphasize its role in lingua franca Pidgin used for trading. Others call it Guinea Coast Creole English to emphasize its role as Creole native language spoken in or around the coastal slave castles and slave trading centers by people permanently based there.
The existence of this influential language during the slave trade era is attested by the many descriptions of it recorded by early European travelers and slave traders. They call it the coast English of the coast of jargon. Danny probably saying something in the chat. So give me a second. Let me see what you're saying. Pidgin language developed before the Creole language. And the Sapirs are those dandies you saw in Africa. Okay, gotcha. See the Pidgin to Creole. Yes. Told you he was saying something. Yep. There you go. So the historical impact is various Pidgin and Creole languages still spoken in West Africa today. They're cool languages. That ends the, you know what? That ends the conversation. Because ain't none of this shit tied to Algonquin at all. Which we knew that already, but the mere factor that the language that was spoken between the groups is significant because that's how they learn their trade language comes right there. So we know these white people weren't learning no Algonquin, one of the many Algonquin languages. So that's how you facilitate. That goes back to your point, Boston. That adds on Uncle True.
But Sean, I didn't get a clip, but they also said Native American Pidgin English. They tried to claim Native American Pidgin predates English.
Hold on. So Native American Pidgin?
Yeah, this is what Dosey was on the panel claim. I didn't get that clip though.
Hold on.
Cause I was trying to get them to claim, cause they run around saying that English comes from America, land comes from America. So I'm trying to get them on the record. So she said Native American Pidgin English is what they were speaking over here. It predates English, and you can't find that all the different shit. I gotta find a clip. I was going back and forth with this nigga for like 2 hours.
Hey, I want to add this to the conversation. Cosmos say the heron. He descend from the heron, whatever that tribe is right there.
He made that
I
shit
think
up.
that's the tribe up there.
Osmond descended from the Akan.
Oh yeah, I already know. He looked like one of them Ivory Coast niggas.
Oh, Robert Lee, hey man, when you had that nigga say them 5 shot words, that shit was so funny, man. I was cracking my ass up, man.
Talking about last night.
Yeah, you was cooking them niggas, man. That's why I had
Yo,
to
them niggas, hey, he cooked himself, bro. That shit was crazy. I told him to say I'm lying in his language. He quickly say, I don't know how to say that.
Hold on. Native American Pidgin, sometimes known as American Indian Pidgin, was English-based Pidgin spoken by Europeans and Native Americans in Western North America. So let's go to English-based Pidgin. This ain't what I need.
When you corner them on what language was you speaking, and they saying English, this is what they basically when you break them down, this is what they trying to say.
That make no sense.
It made no sense. And I told them, how does a pigeon predate the language itself? And they like,
Exactly.
it's called a pigeon. It ain't really a pigeon. This our language. And I'm like, bro, they don't even like the Native American language don't even incorporate 7%. No, it don't like the English language don't even encompass 7% of it. Like it's nothing. We got like 400 words. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I don't even know how you can say this with any lick of research. It's more French words in English.
Y'all seeing this?
Yeah.
Nigerian Pidgin, known as the Pidgin of the Nigerian scholarship, is an English-based Creole language spoken as a lingua franca across Nigeria. And it's saying this is because of contact with the British in the 17th and 18th century. But we know that the Spanish and Portuguese were in West Africa. And we just read what the language that Danny just brought up, and it brings us right back to that shit. They ain't studying, bro. They just coming up with some shit.
I told you they cherry pick. And the more you feed, this is why I keep saying it's like cleaning wet with wet. The more you feed into it, you just spread the mess for them. I mean, I get getting accurate information out, but with a lot of these cats, the best weapon is just utter ignorance. Because all they're going to do is just take whatever information and scholarship that we present and flip it. It's been happening 5 consecutive straight years.
Yeah, you got a point there.
So what is the Pidgin language that is native to the U.S.?
I would argue American English is damn self.
And that's basically what they're saying. They saying that we speak it over here and they don't speak it the same way. And I'm
Nah.
like, if you go to England, you will know exactly what them folks saying. And they like, no, it's a different language. And I'm like, all right, bro.
Come on, y'all. We arguing with people who say skyscrapers was here before the English came. They literally out there saying it. They out there saying that they can connect their ancestry to the BC era.
Yes. Yeah. The nigga, who that was? AP put up that mummy the other day, talking about the Negro mummy with that afro.
Are you talking about that pseudo TikTok that they was playing over on YouTube?
I don't know. I think that was AP. One of them had a scream talking about they found the 8,000-year-old Negro mummy. That's how they worded it. Negro mummy bones, 8,000-year-old, something like that.
Yeah, that shit. It's a TikTok video he was playing. That shit pseudo as hell. They tried to say it was in Corral Soupe, and he was trying to tie it to an article that was recently dropped about a woman that was found in Corral Soupe, but that's not the picture.
Yeah, them boys crazy.
You know, they try to do the okie doke because it is a recent. They did like a recent article from like April about some woman that they found in Corral Soupe. I think it's Corral Soupe, or it might be another one.
And
And,
Sean towards these pigeon languages, every time the conversation comes up, I gotta mention it. Most of them ships docked 9 months or more. What happens in 9 months? Or what can happen in 9 months biologically?
Baby born.
Okay, so if they have a baby wherever they land and they get a foot door into the language, do y'all see where I'm going?
Yeah.
You see where I'm going? So that's the origin of your Latinos and I forgot the other term for them. They got various terms depending on where you land and who it was. But yeah, so those pigeon languages are a real thing, but that don't mean English was here before the English got here. I mean, you just end it by saying, where the hell is England at?
That's how I kill them.
All right, so Jersey Dutch is known as Virgin Dutch, which is a Dutch dialect formerly spoken in the northeastern Jersey. This was Chasson.
From the 17th century to the 20th century, it evolved in one or two Dutch-speaking enclaves that remained for over 2 centuries after the dissolution of the Dutch control in North America. The other one around Albany, New York, giving rise to the Mohawk Dutch. It may have been a partial Creole language based on Zellatic and West Flemish Dutch dialects with English and possibly some elements of Lenape. So Jersey Dutch was spoken by the descendants of New Netherlands who settled in Bergen, New Netherlands in 1630, and by black slaves and free people of color also residing in that region, as well as American Indian people known as the Ramapola Nape Nation. There you go.
True impinging languages to the natives. No, he
Well,
out there laughing and making jokes.
so Tip, I put the link in the chat, bro. I don't know where you went though. He said they on the Young Pharaoh BS. What Young Pharaoh doing these days? He claiming Abos? What else? September Rock. Where you at? There you go.
What's up?
What up, bro? You went on mute, bro. We can't hear you. Oh, you must be doing something.
Nah. I thought you was reading.
Nah. I stopped.
Oh, okay, yeah, because I had switched over. But nah, I can't even believe y'all arguing with these dudes. He said so many fallacies. He said dialect ain't language. I'm like, look up the word dialect. He said the Aztecs go back 4,000 years. Aztecs don't go back 4,000 years. Like his whole whoever that dude is, he horrible.
That's Cosmon.
This first time I ever heard that.
Mm-hmm.
He said, "Hey, these easy dubs."
Mm-hmm.
This is crazy. Like Hebrews would definitely put up way better fight than these dudes.
Yeah, Cosmon is he's a Khan. He's from West Africa.
He said they was trading copper from Mexico because somebody said Florida. It ain't Florida, the Aztec. He said the Aztecs was trading with gold or copper in Michigan. The Aztecs is down towards the bottom of what we call Mexico right now, like Honduras and where all that shit. That's too far to trade copper. Come on, man. He would have to show me some evidence of that.
Oh, he ain't.
Like he would have to show me where we call the Aztec, where it was in this day that they was trading copper with what we call today Michigan, all the way the fuck up there. Come on. And what was they using copper for? Like, what was they using copper for? They had no need for copper.
Nope.
They wasn't smelting or doing none of that shit. I mean, they was making gold, but they wasn't using copper though. I don't know, man. This crazy. I can't believe y'all been doing this with these people.
Hey man, they got new elbows, bro. They just be popping up, bro. They be having some new arguments. You see, we got Vino think he's Seminole and won't claim African.
But here's the thing, though. What's the benefit of being a Native American? That's my question.
We never get the answer to that, bro.
Like, how do you benefit from it? You can say, all right, how you benefit from being African? We can talk about that. But like, how do you?
The bragging rights. Otherwise, why don't they just go get a CDIB and get the benefits of being native or freedmen? It's bragging rights, and it's in their mind proving they're intelligent by arguing on YouTube. So if they get to argue with the masters, they feel like they own a master level. That's why you got to ignore them. They don't deserve to speak.
What they need to be talking about is all this gold and the price of gold. And what you know what I'm
I'm saying? They need to be extracting that earth off their native land.
They ain't got no land. They don't know nothing about that gold. You just brought it.
They need to be getting to this money versus worried about where they from. Because if you're from here, you need to be extracting the resources, all the oil. It's your land, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what they say they're supposed to be controlling. They say the people came here and took all that.
That's what we saying. They broke though.
It's not doing nothing with no oil. They didn't even know what that shit was. It was tar in the ground. They didn't know how to refine it. They did.
That's a great point.
So they don't want me to get in the battle, but I ain't. But I'm just bringing up just little subtle points.
Nah, you're right though. The gold and the oil. You're right. They worse than the Hebrews.
They way worse.
You're right about the Hebrews will put up a fight, but shit.
Because guess what, my boy, what's his name, Ibrahim over there in Burkina Faso? What did he do?
Yeah.
He expelled the French because they was extracting the gold.
Fact.
Yeah.
They were shipping it to Switzerland so they could package it up and then sell it as Swiss gold at a premium. He's like, man, get y'all's ass up out of here. We're gonna run this.
Yeah, they mad at that nigga too.
It's all about the natural resources, man. So that's the so-called Abos need to do. Expel the USA. Expel Trump. Then I'll be moved.
And they ain't gonna be able to do neither one of them. So we know they pretending.
Yeah.
One fact. AR1 Wall Street is the Museum of Native American.
Yeah, Wall Street. Shit, the whole New York is. The Indians, they sold it. The Native Americans, they sold it.
Mm-hmm.
Documented facts. Buy it back.
They ain't got no money, man. That's what they said. Right, and that's how they kept doing. In the 1600s, when the English wanted to expand, they kept selling the land to them.
I mean, they had to, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, I ain't gonna be oblivious to what was going on. Vasa know that. Like, it was definitely a forced sale. But all of them weren't forced, but most of them was, though. You know, hey, come up off this and we taking it. But still, though, they need to worry about their mineral rights versus their status.
Yeah, man, that's pretty much it, though. They be just making up shit and still making it up. We're gonna hear something new, but yeah, that the Cosmon dude, he religious though. What's that religion? Where Robert Lee at? Cause you be crazy enough to be over there. You and Shah Son. What's the name of that? What's the name of that religion he be arguing?
A waspy.
A waspy. You heard of that shit, Satel?
Nah, man, I don't know nothing about none of this what's going on.
These niggas got some new religion called a waspy.
A waspy.
And the book, it talked dirt shit about black people, bro. Like, it's crazy for him to even, like, you know what I'm saying?
It's some white people shit. He's saying it's the indigenous religion of the peoples.
Oh my god.
It's written by a white guy. I think he's from New York. He was a dentist.
Yeah, he was a dentist.
The Abos believe in this?
Well, Cosmon, that's what he preaching and teaching.
Cosmon, I don't even think he's from Michigan. He claimed he was from Detroit. It was talking crazy to me, and I went to meet his ass, and he ain't never show up. I was gonna punch him in his mouth.
Cosmon is from South Carolina and is in South Carolina. He ain't left the land his grandmother and them worked on for them white people.
Where at in South Carolina that motherfucker at?
Was it the pig? What was his family? Was it the Pygmies?
The Pygmies.
Oh, so he can't OTK there?
No,
I
hold
thought they
on.
was. Well, we
I
might
be
be
mixing them in.
mixing them up. We might be mixing them
I'm
up.
mixing them up. I'm mixing them up.
OTK the
I
pick.
did it. OTK is a con.
Yeah, yeah.
Cosmon is from Alabama.
Okay. He looked like an Alabama nigga.
Yeah, Cosmon is he's from Alabama, in between Evergreen.
How y'all know all this?
They family records.
Oh my gosh, y'all crazy.
Hey, is Robert on here? Is Robert on here?
Yeah, what up?
Hey, Robert. Hey, man. I
Who's
damn near
that
threw
Robert?
up last night laughing so motherfucking hard at you last night. When you got that motherfucker to make that language up, and then you asked him to say something like "say goodbye" something, man, I laughed so motherfucking hard. I damn near threw up last night. I said, man, this motherfucker Robert is a clown.
Yeah, that's Willie Satep. That's Willie. He's a disciple of T. Coleman.
What?
T. Coleman. Who is that?
But you don't know who Booker T. Coleman is?
Oh, okay.
Oh man, he gonna sound with bullshit.
Like, man, there's all type of shit going on now.
Man, I told Sean one thing, man. He
new,
will not let that shit go. He's a dirty motherfucker, man.
All type of thought leaders now. But I'm just used to the old motherfuckers like Dr. York and all them.
No, man, I told Sean I watched one video of what's my man named that wear the Black Panther shirt?
Booker T. Coleman.
Yeah, what's his other name though?
Oh, his other name is
Abatika Wasa or some shit like that.
I don't know what his shit is.
Yeah, something like that. I told Sean I watched one video. This motherfucker turned it into I went to seminars. He my master teacher. he done went crazy with this shit, man.
Hey, ask him who my master teacher is.
Said he. Said he is man's. Yeah. Long time ago. Said he a good starter pack though. Now I think said he teaching the Abos shit.
Yeah, he didn't join the elbow side a little
Get
bit.
the fuck out of here. No way.
Video, bro. I gotta see it.
No motherfucking way, dog.
So he getting his surf on, man. He let them niggas know that they is in fact African.
Don't tell me he teaching Abo shit. We in the same city. I go over there, be like, no.
He's saying the Africans came here though. He ain't saying that we ain't Africans though. Like,
oh, okay.
So, hold up. Said he's saying we ain't Africans?
No. He's saying Africans came here. You know, like
okay, yeah. He been saying that. That's old. Yeah. He said that a long time ago.
Yeah. He been saying that.
I thought y'all was saying like he's saying we Abos and we ain't African. I was like, wait a minute. That don't sound like Sadie.
Man, I think one day we need to everybody need to have a schedule and just bum rush all them channels.
I think, he said something about because he back in the day he was saying something about Khufu had a boat and shit. He was like, if he had a boat in the tomb, y'all been to tell me he ain't travel over here. You know what I'm saying? He was saying that back in the day.
Now Vito kicked himself off. He said he's trying to act like he didn't want to pull up the source.
Cause he ain't had no source to pull up.
Hey Sean, that source you dropped the other day.
What's up? What you say?
You dropped the source the other day, right? That said the people in South Carolina,
right, Mom.
Some of them had like Spanish and Portuguese names, and that's like they was the first. How did they say it? Damn. First generation Africans.
Mm-hmm.
They kept their names, and a lot of them had like Spanish and Portuguese names.
What
South
show?
Carolina.
Oh yeah, the South Carolina show.
Yeah, could you drop that source in the back? I want.
It's in the description of the video.
Okay.
Yeah, you go into the video. Yeah, the sources is in there, and I think I left like 2 books.
When you said that, when I heard you say that, I say, well, damn, that should explain my last name. Because my people's from Merle's Inland, right? Where I get the name from. And they've been there for a long time. And ain't no proof that nobody Spanish damn had like owned them or anything like that already. So
Yeah, nah, you definitely check the description. It'll have that shit in there. I made sure of that shit.
I mean, every black person that came up here wasn't a slave. I mean, predominantly all of them was, but like every single
Yeah.
person.
Nah, it was free blacks on them ships.
Yeah, everybody wasn't slaves.
Yeah, we never made that claim though.
But no, I know. I'm just saying. I'm just putting it out there. Like I ain't saying y'all did. Y'all know my position. I'm just saying. Like just think logically though. Like every black person.
Yeah.
No.
Some of them were too beneficial to them white people to enslave them.
Yeah, everybody wasn't. But
Right. That's why you had a population of them, even though it was a small population, but you had a population of them that walked around this motherfucker.
it was like that in I think Georgetown. Back in the day, it was a lot of free black people in Georgetown, and they moved around like they really wasn't slaves. Like, you know what I'm saying? They after work, they ain't had to just like they ain't work all day. They worked certain days. They was free to do certain things, move around. I'm trying to think of where I can find that link to drop that source.
Yoda confuses that because of the free blacks. He confuses that with them already being here, and that wasn't the case. These free blacks that we're referring to were African. They just were skilled workers. There was a population of those that were just geniuses and knew how to build shit.
Especially with that rice.
And then like you got to think about it too. Like that colorism shit didn't really come around until later. Like you know what I'm saying? Like people didn't like that. Like oh, black is the worst and the worst. Like that shit. I believe 'cause I did something on it. Like Madison Grant brought that shit around, but like that colorism shit, that shit wasn't around like that. That's why what we always talk about in Egypt when you bring up the when they got the 4 different nations and right there and shit. Like they had a you know, like it wasn't a thing like all black people was just niggers and scum of the earth and we just superior. It wasn't like that.
Right.
That shit didn't come around till later.
Yeah. But shit, man.
Like, everybody wasn't slaves though.
Nah, not it. It was a large portion, but it was a smaller portion of free blacks.
It was small though. It was small.
But it grew. Yeah, it grew every year. You get a few more every year.
Yeah.
That's a fact. And even when we get toward the census, you get, you know what I mean? You get more.
They trying to hang on to the minority in the time because everybody. It was a lot of people that was slaves. Majority.
Yeah. Shit, man. I'm gonna get up out of here, man. And let y'all get it in if y'all got something y'all want to get in real quick.
Nah, I'm Gucci.
I'm
y'all
sorry.
boys hold it down.
I'm just trying to figure out why they don't never hit the link over here.
Bro,
they don't want that real smoke.
Yeah, Robert, you be over there every night banging with them. I'm burnt out on that shit. That shit burned me out. I probably won't go back on that motherfucking channel until like 2028.
That shit probably ain't gonna exist, but in 2028 it's gonna be gone by then.
Yeah, cause they don't never hit the link over here and put up no real,
Yeah.
no real fight. So it's like, what's the point?
Yeah,
they ain't gonna do that. Now they're not gonna do that here.
Then they ain't gonna do it over here. They don't, it's like, so we only entertaining their channel.
Yeah.
Right. Wasting time.
Wasting time.
About it. That niggas wasting time, man. Just buy the natural resources that they say they from. Just buy gold, buy you some, like buy invest, man. Grow your wealth. Don't be worried about them dudes over there because they like so small. Ain't nobody worried about them. Like nobody.
Yeah, that's facts.
Except for y'all that's entertaining.
Nah, I was going over there every night with Rob. Me and Robert and Hassan was going over there every night. But I'm like, man, fuck that. I'm staying until 3, 4 in the morning.
Yeah, you could be reading a book. You could be worried. You know what I'm saying? You could be doing something so more constructive with your time.
Not even more important than that. Shit, my daughter getting up at 7 o'clock. Shit, I'm tired of the motherfucker. Gotta take her to school. Then gotta get ready for work. Man, hell no. Nah.
It ain't worth it, man. It ain't. Trust me.
I'm at work winding the goddamn race bike up wrong and shit, tired as hell. I'm like, nah, man, I ain't doing that shit no more.
Oh, weird. Nah, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna get my ass up out of here, y'all. Shit, it's 10 o'clock on y'all side. 9 on my side. I gotta slide out. We had a good productive show though. But
hey,
now,
but hold on. Didn't Cosmo say some shit about Tennessee? What did he say about Tennessee, Sean?
Oh my God, I forgot about that.
Yeah, I'm like, I know it's something else to get into reference. And your big head ass forgot about it too, Sean.
Now he did say something about Tennessee, but I gotta go back and hear him.
Yeah, man.
You didn't make no
sense. All over that, Sean.
Nah, man, you right. But I don't be listening to that dude, man. He give me headaches.
Man, if you hear him and OTK on that what's her name channel, man.
On Scramble Mind?
Yeah, you will fucking die laughing, dude. I'd be laughing like a motherfucker at the crib.
Hey, where's Sabio go?
He just pulled up.
I'm right here. What up?
Hey man, they do not need to get you started about that Ottoman Empire, man.
Who is that?
It's a test. Yeah. I'm like, boy, y'all better not get that nigga Sabio started to talk about the Ottoman Empire.
Yeah, it's a wrap.
Well, you know, if they think they can hide over there, go ahead and try it.
Nah, not with you, bro.
I got a whole library on that shit.
Nah, you definitely do, man. I ain't gonna hurt. Like when I said Vasa got the Native American, you got that Ottoman Empire on lock.
So
on lock, bro.
But again, what they don't realize, and this is something that Sean them, and I appreciate the research question Sean asked me because it made me recalibrate my question. And that's what helped me realize that this was a part of history that needed to be what? Acknowledged and recognized because it shaped the transatlantic slave trade because it was existing.
Yeah, because you were just reading that shit to argue with them goddamn Hebrews at first.
Right. That was the first time. Yeah, you right. You are absolutely right, Sean. You are absolutely right. So thank you guys for pulling my coattail and checking me and having me ask myself a research question.
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck, Sabio? Sabio was like, this. I'm like, nah, bro.
Sabio, you definitely need to do some push-ups though, bro. Them arms is little though, man.
Man, stop. Just because you got little arms, that don't mean you need to do no push-ups.
Yeah, man.
You might have that Tommy Hearns knockout power. Stop it.
Ah, man, listen, man. You need to do something.
Please don't let them fool you. The last person did it was picking himself up off the ground.
I'm just saying, man. You got white boys out here. They swole, they diesel, they in the gym, they working
Man,
out.
that don't mean shit.
All right.
That don't mean a motherfucking thing.
All right.
Nothing. If they swole, that's better for me. I beat the shit out of you. The swoller you are, the harder it is for you to punch.
Hey, listen, that's rule number one when you listen to
other dog in the fight.
What you about to say, Sean?
So you just talking.
Yeah, I'm down for the fight. Shit, I'm down for that. Let's do it. I don't give a fuck what.
They beat you up at the goddamn the bike thing in South Carolina, bro.
They ain't never beat me. You out your motherfucking mind. I don't go down to that racist ass state no more. I ain't been
That's what
to black.
your ass.
I ain't been to Black Bike Week in 20 years, Sean.
I wouldn't come back either, bro. After they
that
my
shit racist as fuck down there.
They beat you up.
Man, I ain't never been beat up.
Yeah, and they kicked
Sabio, do not listen to this motherfucker, man. It'd have been
He
a
ain't
bunch of them.
put Willie in jail, bro.
Listen, it would have been a bunch of them motherfuckers shot fucking with
They
me.
beat him up. They beat his ass and put him in jail.
Sabio, don't do that, Sabio. Don't listen to this watermelon head motherfucker, cantaloupe head motherfucker.
Now I'm watermelon head and all this extra
I
shit.
said watermelon and cantaloupe, motherfucker.
And cantaloupe,
You a combo. You a waterlope.
I want to see Sean with the braids to the back though.
Right.
No.
Bro.
Ain't nobody gonna do no shit like that to me.
Oh.
Especially if I'm with my crew. We ride with them choppers for real. We go out of town.
I only know one person that's undefeated. That's Floyd Mayweather, man. Stop it.
No, listen. When we go out of town to them bike events,
I'm talking about
we know them 1%ers gonna be there. We ready just in case.
Them bikers, that's their name, the 1%ers.
The 1%ers is supposed to be the elite, like we don't.
That's who whooped y'all.
No, we don't. Yeah, we not 1%ers. We just MCs.
Yeah.
We don't give a fuck if they 0%ers. They fuck one of us. It's gonna definitely be on CNN.
They whooped y'all ass, bro.
Nah, we don't go to that corny shit. We don't go to that corny ass shit.
Really run out of South Carolina, Sean.
Yeah, we don't go down to that Black Bike Week shit no more.
South Carolina, bro.
Yeah, we don't do. Man, don't listen to Sean motherfucking Waterloo head ass.
Don't know how they did Willie, man.
They said you gotta go to Boley, Oklahoma. You can't come to South Carolina, nigga.
No, I'm not fucking with none of that shit.
Damn, Willie. You let them run you up out of there.
Nah. See what I'm saying, Sean? You be on that bullshit.
No more bike week for Willie.
Damn.
That shit corny anyway, motherfucker. I ain't got time for that shit.
Oh, here you go.
Bike overheating, breaking and shit. Nah, I ain't doing all that.
Come on, Willie, man. Stop.
And like I said, them motherfuckers down there, they don't even hide their racism. They let you know we don't want to serve y'all. We don't want y'all in here. They ain't never had that shit.
Don't give
What's wrong with Bowley, Sabio?
Keep these dollars.
What, bro?
What's wrong with Bowley? No, I had to ask.
Nothing.
I'm just teasing.
I actually liked the Boley Rodeo the couple of times I went. That shit was dope.
I don't even know what the fuck that is.
Bowley is a predominantly all black town in Oklahoma.
But what's the Bowley Roley though?
That's where it started. You don't have a rodeo without the blacks in Oklahoma.
Willie, go down there, go to Boley, Oklahoma. It still be coming up, right?
Sabio, you know how far of a drive that is, bro?
Hey,
you got the Muskogee. You got the Muskogee rodeo too,
bro. You said Oklahoma, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bro, that's at least 15 hours minimum from Detroit. Fuck no, I'm not going down there.
That's a flight.
Hell no, I'm not dragging no truck or trailer no 15 hours to hang out.
But you go to South Carolina though from Detroit, right?
Right.
Yep. But listen, I ain't been to South Carolina in at least 20 years.
That's that bullshit, bro. He just making.
You in Detroit?
Yep. Now I will go down there if it's a race down there. Yeah, to like Rockingham.
They be racing at the Boley Rodeo. That's why I said
I'm talking about. No, I ain't talking about. I'm talking about if I gotta go down there for a race, I go.
Yeah, man, that property real cheap up there, man.
Hell yeah.
Grab something up there, man.
Man, you out to all right. Don't believe the hype.
Yeah, I love the Boley Rodeo.
Bring your ass up and try to think you about to get some cheap property. You don't get some shit that got 2 burnt sticks of wood and a half of a roof on top of that bitch.
Yeah, I heard they be jacking up there too.
They ain't jacking. It's just the property values that went up so crazy because they trying to gentrify the city, and the city is trying to fight back.
Yeah, I want to get in. I want to buy the property before it go up.
Man, it's already up. You should have did that shit like 15 years ago.
Nah, it's cheap, man. I've been saying.
Man, listen, my sister bought a house for $70,000. That motherfucker $370,000, and it's smack dead.
They still got them on there for like. Man, listen, they still got them for under.
You ain't hear me. You ain't hearing me.
Nah, we ain't hearing you, man. Cause we know the game, bro.
I'm telling you, listen. The game, the houses you gonna pay for $70,000. Who you gonna rent them to?
The white
area. The white people ain't living in them areas. I'm telling you. It's some areas so scandalous up here. The motherfucking scandalous motherfuckers don't even want to live in them.
Yeah, that's why I said I was gonna come up. That's why I said I want to come up there, like vet it.
I mean, you come on up. I'll show you around. The
Yeah,
areas
that's
is
why I said I
hot.
want to come up there and vet it, because like you don't buy. I ain't do it blind, bro. That's why I said I want to come up there, see what it's looking like. I done been up there before though. Like one of my dudes I went to college with, he stayed in Hamtramck, so we was in Hamtramck.
That's inside Detroit. That's the city inside Detroit.
I know what. Yeah, I was there.
Yeah,
I
that's
ate the best
Detroit.
chicken. I ate the best chicken shawarma of my life there. Best.
You ain't been to Dearborn.
Nah, I ain't been to Dearborn.
Why we gotta go to Dearborn, bro?
Nah, I
Because
did go
that's where the Arabs and the Chaldeans at. They make some chicken shawarma so scandalous over there.
Hey, now what about where the casino is? That by there?
The casinos is downtown Detroit.
Yeah, I was down there too. I went down.
Yeah, all the casinos is downtown.
I done been to Detroit.
I'm gonna tell you. Listen, I'm gonna tell you the area you want to look at for some property. Look at Highland Park. That's
Highland
inside
Park?
Detroit. It's off Woodward Avenue. It's inside the city of Detroit. It's called Highland Park or HP. That area is coming up because they starting to break they started to break into it and gentrify it.
Yeah.
So if you can get a duplex or a quad, a 4-family home over there for 70,000-80,000, buy it. Because you're getting four times the income. It's hard to get.
That's what I'm talking about.
Because the black people over there that own them, they not selling them bitches. They ain't selling them to whitey, put it that way.
All right, whoever's selling them, they probably selling them to cash out and just move off.
No, they keeping them. Most of them, they doing like they do over in New York with them brown stores. They got smart. They started keeping them.
Yeah, I definitely want to slide up there though and move around. I probably ain't been up there probably like 10 years. I think the last time I came up there was like 2016.
Yeah, well,
But yeah,
come on up.
I'm finna get up out of here. So until these culture vultures show you Africans in the Americas for the 1400s, keep your foot on their neck because we know they ain't got that.
We
know
Sean.
they ain't got ship technology in Western Central Africa, none of that. So keep your foot on their neck because all they gonna do is lie and try to run from Africa, bruh.
Right. Hey, Sean. Real quick, who owned them ships that hijacked the They was shipjacking back in the day, huh?
I ain't answering the question because I told y'all already this story.
I had a phone call, motherfucker.
See, that's what you get.
I mean, I can go back and get it.
So it depends on what ships you're talking about and what time and where.
Nah, he talking about the White Line and the Treasure.
Yeah, when they jacked what's the name?
Those are mainly Muslim pirates and shit.
Huh?
Arab pirates and shit.
But how was they Arab pirates coming out of Spain and did you say Spain and the French? Sean?
Nigga, that was the Ottoman Empire.
Oh, my bad, Sabio. My bad. Listen, I'm learning on this one because
they hired them. Christopher Columbus was hired.
Yeah, they hired them motherfuckers.
Yeah, but
Christopher Columbus was Italian.
Those was hired. Those was hired hands.
I'm with you with that. I know Christopher Columbus was a pirate, but what was the point of them flying the other flags though, Sean? I didn't hear that part.
I didn't tell the story of them flying the other flags. They had to fly the other flags because they weren't unable. They were pirates. They were jacking people. They doing business under a different entity. But if you seen a Dutch or if you seen a Spanish or you seen a British flags on those ships, you wasn't gonna fuck with them like that.
That's the motherfucker who sponsored the trip.
Yeah,
right.
Those are the people who sponsored the trip.
So that's why they flags strong.
Got you. So they throwing up the Crips when they Bloods and carjacking.
I told y'all that on another show. That's why you got to go back and look at the whole 1619 shit because that's what they got. The document that they actually have is it goes down and give a generalized breakdown. You know, what do you want, bro?
Hey, man, I just got a follow up question for Vasha real quick.
Man, we ain't listening to that shit. Nigga,
Hold on, let him ask. Why you ain't let him ask?
That motherfucking shot so goddamn
Let
disrespectful.
Boston chew him up real quick.
Y'all want to tie it back into something on that flag stuff to see an example of it stateside with this conversation and all?
Yeah, bring it home.
Black Seminoles in Florida, right? When they got their hands on Fort Negro, they was flying the Union Jack. Because the British left them that fort, said if you wave our flag, you have your freedom in this fort.
Wait, say that one more time.
You got Fort Negro in Florida, right?
Right.
They get this fort from the British and they freedom, quasi freedom. And you have black Seminoles there. They was flying the Union Jack, the British flag. They didn't have no alliance to Britain. And it's just an example of waving these flags, even though you're not underneath that banner out of logic. You get where I'm going, or I should say sincerely underneath that flag. But it keeps you safe. If they got their flag up, ain't no British gonna attack them with none of their
Yeah,
ships.
and it gives you protection from other nations. Why? Because what was being formed at that time? What was being formed to control the seas, particularly the British
That's
Royal
Navy.
Navy? Y'all better start following history, you wabbos, and stop trying to lie and force y'all places yourselves in places y'all couldn't be. History don't line up with y'all stories.
All right, hey, so
And let him ask his question.
okay, so when you say that they was owned by Billy Bowleg's sister, so would you say that? Okay, so what you saying that Billy Bowleg's sister bought them at a certain age, or was they passed down to her?
What is your question?
Was Rose bought by Billy Bowleg's sister, or was she passed down?
She was her story is interesting. And it's Rosa. She
Rose,
was
okay.
owned she was owned by Billy's sister. She was kidnapped as well. The story gets even more interesting and significant, but I'm not giving you that again. I've already told you the story. Because if it
All right.
really hurts your feelings if I tell you who she got married to, fuck it, I'll do it. She winds up marrying John Horse.
Hey, hey, that's what's so crazy about that. So John Horse had brothers and stuff, right?
Yes, three of them. Dimbo,
Yeah,
July, and
And none of them ain't got shit to do with you, Vino.
Right.
they don't.
and did one of his
All my
brothers?
people don't.
Right now, Vino.
Yeah, did one of his brothers have a daughter named Annie Bowlegs?
That I don't know. No, they wouldn't have took the name Bowlegs. These is factors.
Well, we'll chop it up on that again. Just like I said, I was looking at
Nah,
some stuff.
Vasa ain't chopping it up on shit when the motherfucker ain't got no source, bro.
Also walked him down.
Man, I got all
Let's
this.
talk
I
about
got all the sources.
No,
Like I
you
said, it
don't.
ain't.
No,
I
you
just have
don't.
some
No, you
questions
don't. No, you don't.
And
You
Vino,
deny
because
African ancestry.
Funny
because
enough,
his peoples is on
Vino,
the same
do you
list
know
as
you
my
claiming that
peoples.
Bowleg shit?
why Boston
You
say
ain't got
he
nobody on that motherfucking list, bro.
Do you know
Would you say
claiming
what?
that Bowleg shit? That's kind of
N-
like I'm trying to think
Nah,
of
man.
the
I'm just
analogy.
nah, man. I'm just saying, man. My peoples is on the list,
It's almost
and your peoples is
like
on the
John
list. So,
Dog.
man, I was
At the
just trying to
time,
see because I was.
He's
to tap that
are you
Bowleg
are you
stuff that
trying to
he doing.
appropriate
What he
are
don't
you
hold on,
trying to
Sabio. Hold
appropriate
on,
culture,
Sabio. Hold
Vino?
on, Sabio. Hold on. The blacks started using Billy Bowlegs as almost like an alias and a John Doe. It's an inside joke. You go back in the 1800s, early 1900s, you'll see them using it throughout papers. And niggas get arrested. My name Billy Bowlegs.
Yeah, I mean,
So
I ain't
Vino,
even
why you
tripping on
saying
that.
that? Vino, why I'm not, that probably went over your head.
I know, but
Because
I
months
think you
ago,
saying
when
that
we
because
the
I said
last time,
Andy Bowlegs, but I ain't saying it because of any.
the last time we talked, you was denying that the Bowlegs even owned slaves.
Wow.
Well, what I'm saying is that, so that's why I was questioning that, because that's why I asked you about that, uh because I got some questions about that as far as, okay, did she purchase Rosa at a older age? Because Rosa was kind of old at that age, as far as 1838.
Was
So
kind
I'm
of
looking
old.
at that and I'm saying that she older than Billy Bowleg's sister at the time. And then I'm also seeing, you know what I'm saying, with some other stuff. So I'm trying to see, hold on, did did the Indians bomb from somebody, or was she passed down,
Why you
or
asking
you know what was the situation
ass
on
shit?
there? Because I was seeing some other stuff
These
where
niggas
some other
rich as
black people
slave
didn't even have no slave owners.
And all of these black people were African.
None of them were
But what
native.
I'm saying is that some of these
No, no,
people,
no, no, no. I need you to understand that these people you're talking about were all African. So why is you denying Africa?
okay, so what I'm saying is some of these people being over here in Florida and
Vino,
and
the
was
reason
found
why
over
you're gonna
here at a
see
certain
certain,
time.
the
It's like I
reason
say,
why
what they
you're
say.
gonna see, the reason why you're gonna see some African slaves that's in bondage
Right.
and not have a direct master is because Native people still they're transitioning into a new form of economics and modes of production. They didn't view
Yeah, but this is
property
going
as
back to the
No, you're
1600s
not
with it though
listening
in
to what
Florida.
he's
slow
saying.
down and let me finish talking. So as they making this transition, yeah, the tribe itself could have owned slaves. When you see individual slave masters, you know, Billy Bowlegs, these is people of prominence. That's why you
Yeah,
see
but you know that they was just
the chief
like
would
the
have owned
chief, and they
slaves, but
basically just kind of just
the chief would
got
have
the
owned slaves.
responsibility of the.
Certain warriors would have earned slaves as personal property. But on a collective whole, they would have said this is the tribes. Now, in that, this is why you see Seminoles and African Americans, even though African Americans are in bondage to them, they don't live by each other. They hardly interact. And the deal is you just pay us tribute. Once a year, you bring us some of the crops y'all grow. Bring us a few cows. You basically just paying taxes. But those of prominence and those that are starting to accept Eurocentric thoughts, yeah, you might have been right there underneath, getting beat
Yo,
and whatever else that you can encompass when it comes to slavery.
yo, V not. Go get historically inclined and start trying to have these conversations because you trying to force yourself into peoples and to cultures that don't align with you is disrespectful to yourself.
Nah. It ain't no disrespect. Just like I say, I'm seeing certain situations where people is found in these certain areas in these same
All African.
situations.
They all African. They ain't already been here. They came from Africa.
I'm saying they
Stop
found over
lying
here.
to your
So,
Hey,
stop
you
lying to
African.
yourself
Moral of the story,
to try
Vino.
to adopt the history that and the people that don't want to adopt you. You look sad,
nah,
bruh.
I'm I'm
Hey,
saying that
hey,
the
Vino,
people
do
was
you
found over here. So when
Native
people have found,
American, the Native Americans don't want you, bruh. The Seminoles, they don't want you, bruh.
hey
Stop.
Vino, do you got any African DNA?
Yes, he do.
Oh, watch out, Sean. Vino.
He said his daddy was had
yeah, but that I didn't say my daddy stopped that.
Vino,
Yeah,
do
but
you got
yeah,
Vino?
but that don't mean no slave boat. That's
But
what I'm
Vino,
saying. A
do
lot of
you
black
got
people
any
was found
Vino?
over
Do you
here.
got any African DNA? Vino, yes or no?
he wasn't
Yeah, but
found.
that don't mean slave boat.
No, Vino. Do
That
you
nigga
have
was on
any
the
African
slave ship.
DNA?
I
Yes or
said
no?
yeah, but that don't mean no
All right.
slave boat.
He
There
was
you
on
go.
the
Who said?
slave ship.
He was a goddamn slave.
That don't mean no slave boat.
He
So
was a
he just running
goddamn.
away from.
Enjoy
I think
yourself
I figured
so
it out,
much.
Sean. I think I
Me
figured.
too.
He just don't want to identify with his ancestors being in servitude or possibly slavery.
Man, here we
But
go,
why?
man.
But
I'm
why?
just
Hey,
saying, man,
Sean,
If
if the
they
can we
people was
were,
get
found,
that lets you
that
know that
I'm
they didn't
saying
historical
if people
go
just
through
found
that.
over
so the
here,
people can see how Bolex was used?
I ain't even
Bolex
tripping
was
on
a
bow
thief,
legs.
though. Bolex was a thief. He was
Just to
stealing
show.
turtles.
I ain't even tripping on Bolex. Bolex came late in the game. What I'm saying is
But
that
I thought that was your daddy. I mean, granddaddy.
I didn't ever say that, man. I said that's my people's.
Nah,
What are
he
you
was a
tripping
damn
on,
lie.
You
man?
said that Bolex
The
was
lies
your
that you
great
tell
granddaddy,
Man, no, I
dog.
didn't. I said
is
Abraham.
be a
He was a
main
goddamn liar,
Oh,
how
man.
hey Vino, how can you tell yourself these lies and exist?
It's okay. It's okay. Vito, what's your position?
Sabio is called racial imposter syndrome.
Oh
Racial
man,
hey, you stupid. R.I.P. Hey, I heard of racial imposter syndrome too. Hey, I
I'm
don't
just
want to
saying.
That's
You
bring
know,
some
when
of
you
these
saying
literally
shit,
terms
what it's
up.
called.
I don't want to bring some of these terms up because it sounds like I'm making shit up and shit. But hey, that's some real shit. That's why I call him a culture vulture
Vino, why
or a
you want to be Native?
egomaniacal cosplayer.
Let me ask him a question. Vino, why you want to be Native American?
because my people was called Indian Negroes.
What does that? Hold on though. What does that mean today?
Damn.
You say what?
I said, what does that mean today?
What you mean? What do it mean today? What's the difference?
What is the
That's
Indian and
that's what I'm asking you. Like, what like so you identifying as
So if they was identified as Indian Negroes, what's fucked up about a nigga identifying as Indian Negro?
could
that's
they
what
have
I'm
been
asking.
Negro
African.
Hold on,
Indians?
hold on,
They didn't
hold on.
say Negro Indians. They
Let,
African.
let me just ask him a question. What does that identification mean to you? Like, what does it mean whether you identified as Native American or African American or however you want to identify? It's just like, because to me, the shit sound like, and don't take this the wrong way, but like, you know how the LGBTQ people be like him, her, and them, and they. Like, you just identifying as something, but you're not really
I
that.
mean, that's how you taking it 2025, but we ain't talking about 2025. We ain't talking
That's what I'm
about
trying to bring it to.
we
That's what I'm
ain't
trying to bring.
talking about no all the goofy stuff going on, man. We talking about roots.
Listen, though. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to bring it to 2025 because that's where we at right now. So, what does that mean to you right now? Being
But it still don't change the roots.
I don't
as
think he understood what you were saying, bro. I
like,
don't. Vito
what does
didn't
that
get it.
Yeah, he trying to say that Indian Negro is supposed to mean something different
No,
in the
I'm
year
asking.
2025
No, I'm asking you what does.
than it
I'm
being
asking.
said in the 1700s or the 1800s.
sound
No, I'm
intelligent?
asking. I'm asking, bro. Listen, you ain't listening to me. I'm
I
asking.
told you.
First of all, I gave you an example of the LGBTQ community. You brought it to 2025 like I wanted you to. So that's what I'm saying. What does it mean to you to identify as Native American in 2025? What does it mean?
It means that I'm a Seminole.
Okay, like
What?
that's it though. Like you on the internet fighting this hard every day, trying to
Oh
prove
shit.
that who you are to people that you don't even see every day. You don't even gotta look
Man,
at.
what are you talking about, man? I came on here and asked Vasa a question about some shit about some black Seminoles, man. Why you gotta reach to try to prove your point?
Are
Because I'm
you
trying to figure out why
retarded,
you
sir?
what does it mean to like why I'm asking
You know what I'm saying?
I'm
No
asking
pun,
what
no pun
Because
intended.
because it's
are
information that's saying because it's information that's saying something different. So I was asking them a question.
Vino,
why do you
seriously.
care though?
Hold on, Sabio.
Like
What's
why
the
do you
difference?
care? Vino.
Yes, you are. You care, bro.
You say what?
I said, why do you care what the fuck Vasa think about who you identify as?
Because he a black Seminole, so I was trying to see what was the story on his peoples, and was trying to see exactly where he was coming from with it. Because I was looking at some records, and I was saying his peoples on the same thing as my peoples. So I was
Voss
trying to
claiming
see.
So
you
y'all
don't.
related? Y'all related?
we ain't related. But
When have
you know
y'all
what I'm
ever
saying?
heard me give it up to Seminole?
I
I
ain't never
claim
heard
Gullah.
Right. So I know that shit, but I'm just gonna let.
And then my
Wait,
I'm
y'all
trying to see,
CDIB.
like, is he trying to figure
Hold
out
on,
who
hold
his
on.
cousin?
Then my
Like,
CDIB is through the Choctaws.
I'm
Factor,
trying to
nearly
figure
the
this shit
last
out.
of it. My grandma's direct grandfather, the one who got the CDIB, was in bondage to the Chickasaws. But through that bloodline, I trace us all the way back to Florida. And because saying Gullah is as close as I could get to at the time to claiming an African tribe, I started claiming Gullah as my adherence and identity. Because I don't want to be a Native American. But I'm not going to deny the
Cousin
admixture
too,
or the
man.
story.
Your cousin Vino, he wants you to be a Native American with him, cause
No, I don't want him to be nothing. I was just asking him about his peoples to try to see the history on his peoples to see exactly where they was from.
to see if y'all was cousins.
Nah, just to see exactly where his people was from.
So help me make sense of it, Vino. You don't want to be African because you think they were slaves. Well, you feel like because they
Man,
enslaved
it
us.
ain't about
No,
not being African, man. It's
you don't want to
about
be African because you feel like being a slave is a diss,
it's a
but you want to be Indian. The motherfuckers that enslaved other people that enslaved you. How
what
that
you mean the
that makes no
Africans
sense.
enslaved people? What's the difference
Oh,
when the Africans
there it
enslaved
is.
people?
What?
There it
What's
is.
the difference when the Africans enslaved people?
He ain't got shit else to fight
Hey,
with. He done threw
hey,
his
I'm done.
gun
I'm
and
done with Vino, y'all.
everything.
Oh man, like,
I'm sorry, bro. You gotta go, bro.
he was trying to figure out if Vasa was his cousin,
The
man.
I
fight's
know it.
over at this
Y'all,
point.
no, the nigga been arguing against Vasa for fucking every time the show come on. Now I just want to ask Vasa a question. No, man, you trying to find your way into telling a story about some shit that ain't you. His name is Vernell Abraham. Vernell, bro. What
That's why he
Native
don't want to be African.
American? What
As
Native
nigga,
American
hey,
contains those two names?
hey, as nigga
Hey,
as they come.
Vernell. That nigga named Vernell
he
Abraham.
got two first names.
Never trust a guy
Two
with two
first names.
names.
That nigga got two first names.
That's why he mad at being African because his mama screwed him and he mad as fuck at her for naming him Vernell. So now he taking it out on
Vernon
every
and Nell. They put Vernon and Nell together and came up with Vernell.
right. So he mad at anything African now instead of just talking to his mama.
I just don't get the Abo angle though, right? Because like I get the Moors angle, right? Like the Moors, they like, all right, we was already here, we Moors, the land of Mu, like we sovereign, this our land. I get it, right? They like, hey, we trying to claim this shit. What are the Abos doing though? Like, are they trying to say they sovereign and they trying to get they sovereignty or like
Well,
what?
some of the Abos is Moors.
How about
Oh,
that Abo Morris over there?
Well, I respect that a little bit more. Shit,
Where's
How?
Abo?
How?
You bet.
sovereignty.
because
Hey,
they
You ain't
trying
ran
to
if you
get
into
the
don't
no
mind,
stock.
can
Hebrew
we put
wars.
this?
You ain't
Can we
run
put
into no
this?
Hebrew Abo Moors.
Can we
Nah, I mean
put
I
this on
play the
Hey,
the?
you know they confused.
Hey, y'all, can we put this one on the screen real quick? We've done it before, but he said Negro Indian, so we got to go through this one if y'all don't mind.
I don't know what you're
Give
talking
me.
about, boss.
I'm dropping it right now. Shall apply that one. The newspaper clip.
I'm gonna let you read it. Well, you got it right there. I'm gonna show it though.
Let me go back to my screen.
Y'all got me doing overtime.
God damn, brutal.
Nigger Indians,
Them
Guthrie,
damn
Oklahoma.
Eagles
This is
was
the
gonna be
original
cold as hell,
capital of
son.
Hey
Oklahoma.
man,
So,
Vasa, stay with some shit from Oklahoma, man.
hold
Right.
on, y'all.
Facts.
Hold on,
Facts.
y'all.
You can go the whole goddamn book on fucking Oklahoma,
Yeah,
bro.
change, bro. Go.
Guthrie, Oklahoma, December 12th, 1906. So this is before statehood. This is still Indian territory. In Indian territory, politicians who was here today on county seat business gave what seems to be a very plausible explanation, peculiar wording of C.N. Haskell's race discrimination provision introduced last week. which provides that the word Negro shall only apply to persons of African descent. I'm done reading.
Okay.
I'm done reading. So even Negro Indian, nigger Indian, black Indian, whatever they want to call it, these people still acknowledge that they was of African descent.
Right there shall apply only to persons of African descent within the third degree. Vino, you African. Your name is Vernell Abos.
Let me ask a question.
Vernell, you one of us, buddy.
Let me ask a question. Do we know the date that was published? Because I would like to know the time frame so I can get a little bit of context on how they was thinking.
1906. So that's
1906.
that's
Okay.
before statehood. That's still Indian territory, and
Yep.
it's just to adapt
December
this
20th,
notion of black
1906.
Indians.
No, the whole thing, Vasa, the whole thing. December 20th,
Yeah, my
19.
bad.
Yeah. So I don't even think that area was the United States yet. That
No,
was
it's still Indian territory.
Yeah.
And Guthrie was the original capital. The reason they moved Guthrie to the reason they moved Oklahoma City becoming the capital is because in Guthrie there's a place, guess what it's called, Satap? Little Africa, or the Little Elbow. That's where the blacks was, and they had the right to vote.
Nah,
And it
you
was
lying, bro. You lying. There wasn't no little Africa in Oklahoma, bro. You lying.
Yeah.
I would not argue with Vasa on any Oklahoma history.
Nah.
I will succeed every time. I will be like, hey, you got it.
But I want to say in book 2, I put that LJ Abbott, it was 1906 or 1907 paragraph, and I want to say in book 2, y'all. Give me a second and I'll read it, because this is going to answer your question, Sanab, that you keep asking.
So you saying Tulsa, Oklahoma was Little Africa, bro?
No, Guthrie. Okay. They got that on the on Greenwood Burning. They etched that into it, Little Africa Burning. But no, in Guthrie there was Little Africa.
In Guthrie?
Yeah. They'll call it the Elbow or Little Africa.
Guthrie, Oklahoma?
Yeah. Let's see. How do I do this?
Vasa definitely know that Oklahoma history.
Like a motherfucker, bro.
Sometimes I go behind his ass and look it up, and I'm like, damn, this nigga was right.
Hey, he definitely.
He's like, nah, man, ain't no way. He was like, yeah, this person was from Oklahoma. I'm like, no, the fuck they was. I look it up, they damn sure was. I'm like, how this nigga know this? The whole state.
Bro. That's the crazy part. Everywhere black people was at, that motherfucker know it like the back of his hand. Little Jimmy Joe and them, they walk from goddamn Tulsa to such and such, and
like,
I'm like, what? They did what?
I'd be mad as hell. I looked it up, and it's I'm like, damn, this thing.
We go right here. Let's go to Guthrie. The Elbow. They call it Little Africa right there. The Elbow was settled by black pioneers during the land run in 1889. Also called Little Africa, the area featured streets, parks, churches, and other facilities to support the residents. However, the area was subject to frequent flooding, and after desegregation, was abandoned and eventually condemned.
Sean, I've even found towns called African Town here.
And see, that's what I'm saying, man. Them motherfuckers was designed big time. And Vino ain't trying to claim none of that shit.
I found Africa Town, and I've seen absolutely nobody speak on it. Not even Truth knew about this one.
No, he only know New York history, man.
But here you go, Satep.
Thing too, man.
LJ Abbott, 1907, the race question in the 46th state. You can
Who
offend
you
a
put
black
trust
no
in that?
easier than denying his Indian parentage. This is so throughout Oklahoma. Every Negro that can possibly maintain his contention insists that he is an Indian. In this way, he feels that he can avoid some of the social entropy that meets his race at every turn. It must be confessed that the Negro Indian does occupy a more influential position in Oklahoma society, more than a mulatto or that of a pure blood African. This can partially be explained from the fact that the Negro Indian uh, have large landed interests, and they are a decided factor in the politics of the new state.
Mm.
Let me switch back my screen and go to mute, so y'all don't have to hear this boy act ass.
Nah, you good. We
But
already know
see,
you're young.
that even goes into them switching the capital from Guthrie. Is those freedmen, once they get their hands on that oil, get the
It's
land, get
more than
a
one
little money
article.
underneath their belt, they got political power.
That was going down in Oklahoma, man.
Facts. And you know what though? Just to be real, a lot of this shit that Voss are kicking, it really need to be a movie script for that shit, bro.
Man, you could make a whole movie about the state of Oklahoma. For real. And you ain't even got to do nothing on Tulsa.
We was almost an all-black state 3 times.
Hell no.
You got once from a senator in Ohio in 1865 or 1867. They wanted to make Indian Territory a Negro state and call it Lincoln. Then later on, after the Trail of Tears, the natives and the blacks decide they wanted to make Sequoia, and then whatever the blacks want, the blacks that's underneath the natives, that is, whatever we would have called it. Then your third run is from the 1890s to roughly 1905 through Edward P. McCavey. But he didn't have a name for the state either. It was just going to be an all-black state.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. If he no scared of that shit, when he starts pointing to Africa, that nigga, that shit, that motherfucker go crazy. He'll say Negro, he'll say black, he'll say anything but Africa. That motherfucker got up, it biased as a motherfucker.
I don't know why.
Then he got to explain the
And
Back
then
to
tell you
Africa
that his
movement
people
series.
was in South.
I don't know why you want to be a Native American.
Now I remember seeing shit on that. Yeah.
I just like, bro, you trying to get some
You don't know.
benefits?
He just saying that shit.
Or you just don't want to identify with
No, he ain't. He can't get none. He can't get none. He ain't even by blood. That's why he's saying his peoples. He keeps saying my peoples, because he ain't that close to it.
Right.
Notice he only say the most prominent names, and those prominent names is only because there's very few black Seminoles written on.
Now, did he get
So
a
they're
DNA
bringing out the
test?
most prominent characters.
He said he was gonna take one, but he ain't taking no DNA test.
Oh,
Bro.
see, man, if I felt that about
Right.
that shit, I'm taking the DNA test. Fuck that. I'm like, y'all, nah.
Right, because if he take a DNA test and find out he got this ancestry, the right amount of ancestry, shit, he entitled to some shit.
Because he could even be, because the average person, remember Unc had pulled up, the average person ain't even over like, what's the thing? You know that DNA shit. What's like it's a low.
Less than 5%.
Yeah, less than 5%. Like it's like super low. So if you got 15%, you saying something. Even if you got 15%, you saying something.
Yeah.
So you need to go ahead and get that test.
This shit gonna show up like what's her name was in the chat. The bar reloaded, because I don't want to say Denise, she be tripping. It gonna show up like that. She had 0.04%.
Yeah. I seen that. I was watching that day. But she
was
claiming Abo, was she?
Yeah, because we don't be seeing that.
Was she an Abo?
No.
Oh, okay.
Nah, bro. She was just, you know what I mean? Just on her shit.
Yeah. We don't even be seeing that percentage for real.
Yep.
Like,
It's
damn.
rare. So like why I see if I see 0.5 or 0.4, I'll be like, damn, you got some people back in the somewhere back down there.
Yep. That's crazy.
Look at him. Look, he talking about y'all niggas sad. Nah, you just in denial, bro. Like, well, you deny you. Nobody doing that but you, bro.
He got my man staying up till 4 in the morning arguing.
Yep.
4 in the morning. Oh my gosh, I remember them days though, but I wasn't working.
Yeah. That was wild. I ain't doing that shit no more.
No, oh my gosh, all night.
Uncle's up later than that.
Yeah, Unc used to be up late too.
That motherfucker go to bed about 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning with Tiffany.
Yeah, you know, Unc, his kids grown now though. Shit.
It's still grown the motherfucker. Yeah. At a certain point, once you get a little boost of energy, you know what I'm saying, you can make it on through the night.
Yeah, I used to do it, but I can't no more. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to buy that shit them niggas fighting for. Or they ain't even fighting for it. They just fighting for the land. I'm like, y'all need to be worried about the shit that's underneath the land. If that's what y'all fighting for, at least the fucking Moors is like, hey, we sovereign. We trying to.
Right. Nah, they don't want no smoke. They don't want no smoke with the government. That's what I keep saying. Like they still proclaiming to be Abos and all that shit, but they don't want no smoke with the government. And then on top of that, we see the Native Americans in court once a week fighting for land, stopping water pipes or highways. They doing all kind of shit.
Yep.
They getting their ancestors' remains brought back to them for proper burials. All kind of shit. I'm like, what the fuck these niggas on YouTube doing? These niggas ain't doing nothing.
Fake. Hey man, you know what? Them niggas is like, you know how Black Lives Matter saw black people, got a few white people in the crowd that's fighting for the black people.
Yeah.
they the white people fighting for the Indians though. Like, man, y'all crazy, dog. It's crazy, man. I can't believe it. But hey, let them fight for them though.
Yeah.
You watch that show? You ever heard that show Yellowstone?
Yep. I've been waiting on time to just sit there and watch that shit. Like all the way through.
They on there beefing with the Native Americans, but guess what the Native Americans on there beefing about?
What's that?
What the white dude about? They on there beefing about land.
Yeah.
That's all they worried about. They want their ancestors' land back. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I'm like, what are y'all fighting for? Like, what's the purpose of being Native American? Like, what do you get out of it? Because if you ain't getting that out of it other than arguing with people all night, and it's just like, bro, like, what is you doing this for? At least the Moors is like, I ain't gotta have an ID, even though they need one.
It's just a fact. The motherfuckers
I give the Moors a little bit of respect because they stand on a little bit of business, though. But the Abos, this is like, what are y'all standing on, though? Like, I just
they said it's a good watch. Yellowstone is a good watch.
Oh yeah, it's a real good watch. It's a real good watch. 5 seasons.
You got Kevin Costner in it, man.
Yeah, that's my dog right there.
No bullshit. He like Denzel.
Hey man, listen. I always tell people, Kevin Costner. When I was young, I watched that movie, The Bodyguard, with my mom because she loved Whitney Houston. Ever since he said Whitney Houston and The Bodyguard, he been cool with me. When it was out in the crowd,
he's a good actor. He definitely a good actor. For sure.
Yeah. He went out there and said Whitney Houston. My mom was happy. I was happy too. I'm like, you good in my book, Kevin.
Now look, Vasa. Vino said hit his link when he go live, so he can sit over there and have you on his panel and ask you questions.
He want to have drinks and shit.
For what? What I want to go over there for? I ain't even trying to disrespect him, but like, what? For what?
He want to see you his cousin.
Yeah,
that's like Trump asking me if I want to go wig shopping. No, like for what?
Didn't get a chance to kiss yesterday, but you.
He crazy.
Vasa ain't giving you that energy, bro. Sorry.
He want to kumbaya with Vasa.
Right.
That's all.
He ain't doing no kumbaya, bro. It's a wrap.
Boss ain't as hostile with Sean, man. Come on over to us. He ain't invited Sean.
No. Nah, but he'll make videos about a nigga though.
He ain't invite Sean. He want to invite Boss.
Yeah, he think Boss is gonna help him validate.
Right.
He's looking for validation. Boss ain't helping your ass do shit. What up, old goon?
Oh man. All right, man. Let me get up off here though, cause I gotta go to bed, man.
It's time to slide. It's time for all of us to slide.
Hey, good chopping up with y'all though. Good seeing you too,
bro.
Boss.
Yeah, always, bro. Always.
Yeah, I see y'all niggas, man. Appreciate y'all, bro. Love y'all niggas, man. Y'all be
Peace,
cool.
everybody.
We out.
How the fuck y'all find an African in my fucking family, but y'all ain't find y'all?
I thought we was.
How the fuck y'all find an African in my fucking family, but y'all ain't find y'all?
genealogy.
Shut the fuck up. That don't make sense, for one. Listen, y'all don't know what y'all did.
feel like you standing on business.
And y'all lied on me, because y'all don't even know if that's me. And if y'all can trace that shit back to it's me, it's only 2 people in YouTube that got my information.
Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of this track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us honestly. You ain't a Cherokee, you ain't a Chickasaw, you ain't a Blackfoot, nigga get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an Abos slipping with his genealogy. Now he's a con and I ain't talking about a singer. I'm coming for the top Abo leader. He ain't a teacher, he's a preacher. He can't keep up, so we leave him. Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of the track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us possibly. You ain't a Cherokee, you ain't a Chickasaw, you ain't a Blackfoot. Nigga, get lost, you just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an Abos slipping off his genealogy. Now he's a con. OTK. TKO. Now he's a con. OTK. You died. TKO genealogy.